All right, let's set up audio real quick. Guess we'll do the normal setup. Have our chats up and away. Good old YouTube chat. All right, time for the audio tests. Checking audio, 1 2 3 1 2 3. Checking audio, 1 2 3 1 2 3. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Just gonna compare off a friend's live stream here. Okay. Sounding decent. I think we're a touch low, but I get a little bit loud. So debating, I think we'll just drop into the filters to our compressor, and we're gonna boost our output gain by about 3 dB. Checking 1 2, checking 1 2. I mean, that puts us right back into where we were. So hopefully that works. I dropped the gain on the S70 mic by just a touch, 5 dB. So yeah, I think maybe the real answer is just more compression. That might be the real answer here, is more compression. So I'm gonna jack with this. We'll dial this down more. Went from about 18 to about 25. Check, check 1 2, check 1 2. Testing, and limiter's working. Let's rock with that. Let me actually turn myself up here and listen again. Compressor threshold. I see. Okay, so we actually want this lifted. So I would probably want in the negative 12 range to kick in. I'm going to dial the ratio up to 8.5. We'll rock with that a bit. So it'll start coming in later. It won't be compressing quite as much. Lower down. And just gonna make sure my ratio's in a Wow. That's an amazing write-up on Reddit. Good job. Good job. So I think I have a little bit too much compression. So we're gonna dial it back. Let's go for 3.5. I think this is starting to make sense. We'll rock that for a little while. I think we dial this back up to 10. Just not quite hitting the range that I want to. Kind of neat, the magnet on the bottom of this receiver for the small Rig S70 wireless microphone, what kind of pulls it into the actual charging dock. It's holding itself to the PC case right now, which is awesome. Test, test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Talking very loudly. Seems more reasonable. So I was clipping a little bit there, I think. But this should work. Let me triple check my limiter. We need our limiter much higher than that. Dial this back. Close that. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Checking. Testing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm not mad at that. Let's rock with this. Okay, you will hear me go dark for a minute as I prep the rest of the stream. So just a few minutes here, letting the ads roll through. Get our cameras prepped. Good thing I checked. Holy shit. Holy shit skis. All right, getting the last little bits set up. I hecked up my stand over here. A bit annoying how it is. But we move. We move. So we're gonna unbox these headphones in a short while. I just gotta get my overhead camera framed again and then get a little bit cleaned off back here. So fortunately you guys have to see this frame for a tiny bit because I gotta get it all squared away. Why are we seeing the edge of the desk? It's a very confusing, kind of upside down situation for myself. So I think we just need to keep moving. I can't really go in. Let me turn this a little bit over. Wrong way. Okay, so we're pretty close. We'll reset and we'll just point down ever so slightly. Okay, I'm gonna reset again. And we'll just turn this ever so slightly. Please. Please and thank you. Okay. That's not a bad top down. Slide this out a little bit. Okay. Okay. And check that we're square with an end of the table. We are not. Assume this direction. Nope. It's all backwards. We're good. All right, never again do I ever touch this. That's not gonna happen. I'm gonna end up touching the crap. Oh, that sounded weird. We got the purple light. Hell yeah. Okay, back to primary cam as we clear off the desk real quick and get ourselves some space. I might as well also update the, I dropped something, I don't know what it was. One of the laser projects we've been working on has a little bit of progress to it. Oops, I need to put that back. There we go. Move our cans somewhere. I'm gonna have to, I'm okay. I have to get a big old container for cans. It was a test show. I think it's warming up enough to drop the jacket. Doesn't need to be there, does it? Shall we do this thing? String bang. All right. We don't really have a light for my face, do we? Just lift the room fill a touch. We could always get our shit. All right, well, that kind of works. Alrighty, welcome in everyone to Fimorth on Twitch. We're also streaming to my YouTube channel, which is Better Done Right on YouTube. We We do projects in here, and on the Twitch side, we also play some games on occasion, but we're mostly doing projects at the moment. Lately, we have been working with the Omni 1 laser engraver, and I've been working on these little charts that kind of like a little stylized card that helps me reference different time zones that I frequently compute. So we designed one for me, and a friend was interested in one, so we've been working on one for them. That design has a couple tweaks to be done to it, and then we're pretty much done with that part. Then we're gonna build out the actual card. I'm thinking we're gonna laminate a few different layers of paper, glue them together, and then hot laminate over the top with plastic so it's waterproof, which is the plan. But today, to get started, we have some headphones to look at, continuing my long-standing headphone obsession. So we'll open those up, get some first impressions, talk about why they're interesting, and then test them out, compare them, try to keep all that somewhat brief, and then we're gonna dive into the rest of the agenda that I have today, which I always make these, last two streams, I've made these beautiful lists that have way too much, and they're way too ambitious, but at least I get to pick things. So we'll do unboxing, and then I think we're gonna move into the projects list, which is kind of just more of a co-working component, which is a lot of what I'm doing at the moment, as I'm kind of building out processes, getting the space ready, getting familiar with the tools so that I can prep some materials better, and actually present things live so that you guys can join in the process a little bit, but there's a lot more forethought and pre-testing to that whole thing. And the biggest idea I have for that is exploring the maximum resolution of the two laser engravers I have. So I have a very cheap one, which is a plotter style, open gantry diode laser. It's something that it will probably come up when you search for a laser engraver, like a hobbyist one. But what's interesting about that is that has, I exceeded the performance of that pretty quickly. And I also found workarounds and kept pushing, and then eventually got the professional tool to replace it. So I want to see what the maximum resolution and possibility is for either of those devices, because there's a lot of different discussion that you can kind of have within that. I think that'll be kind of interesting for some people. Welcome in, Cade. How are you? How's your haircut? Should be done by now. Hopefully that went decently for you. For the projects list, I have a sheet with me here. Of course, YouTube, pardon myself here. YouTube stream likes to desync to the point that I think something's wrong with my computer. Haircut was good. I grabbed lunch, and now you're doing an arc raid. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm gonna try to keep an eye out for friends as they start streaming. I've got 4 tabs up at the moment, but I'll try to see if other people pop on. So, but yeah, this is my projects list. What I've done is I went through all my notes. So I have a notes app, the Notes Keep app from Google. It's just the one that I've used for a while. So I pulled out, I went through anything that was project related, and I wrote down anything that was like a dedicated project, not like an idea of a video to make, unless it was like a project to do for a video. So I wrote all those different things down. It's not very organized, but some of it is vaguely organized. And the plan is, I've got that sheet, I've got a photo of another sheet that I pulled from a different note-taking app. And it's basically all of my ideas that I have written down for the things that I want to make, the dreams of things that I want to make. And it's a very special list to me because it's basically my my consciousness in a way, all the ideas that I've had, all the things that are exciting. And I want to filter them down to the best ideas and then prioritize those. Basically get it in front of me so that I can get it done in its most basic form. What I think might be interesting is we're going to borrow a couple concepts that I've borrowed previously and apply them to making some sheets, making physical representations of everything, all the ideas. And then we can sort them and layer them by priority, and then we can hang them. So I'm thinking there'll be a specific cutout shape that is like super standard dimensions, like 50 by 70 with 5mm holes, 10mm in from the corners on the top. And now you have this little rectangular card that you can write the idea on. Maybe it could be double-sided. Maybe it could be like a Polaroid where it's like the picture and then like a label below it. I think that could be cool. So you can kind of draw your own idea, like a visual representation of it, whatever your skill level is with that. Mine's not amazing, but it's still fun. And then maybe on the back you put bullet points of more notes. So it could work really well like that. And then that would be one width, but then we would have a larger size, like actual Polaroid size, let's say, and it might be a similar rectangle, but twice the size, but now it's 3 holes. And those holes are spaced the same distance as the smaller ones. So you could hang them all together on the same hanger. So it's just kind of a modular concept. But I think that could be really cool. And it's kind of toying with this idea that I've had of how can I quickly recall all of the future projects that I see for the YouTube and then sharing live on the stream side of things. And when new people come in, they're like, hey, what do you do? I'm like, I make stuff. That doesn't communicate the passion. It might communicate some of the passion, but it doesn't necessarily communicate the aesthetic of the things that I want to make. Concrete is something that's really exciting. Tarnished metals, brass and copper, rivets over bolts in a lot of cases. So kind of older assembly styles, like early 1900s to mid 1900s assembly styles, but blending that with maybe even like modern composites like carbon fiber or fiberglass. Yeah. So there's kind of an aesthetic there that I actually did notice is kind of forming. As I started listing out some of these things, I noticed, oh, I have these types of projects that would fall under sheet metal, or these fall under sound control. So some different interests of mine. So we'll try to categorize some of it. It's going to be kind of an open-ended discussion. May not be super relevant for everybody, but I think it's going to be fun and useful to me, almost a therapeutic process just to get it out. I've assembled all the information. Now I need to talk my way through all of it, and then I can start writing it down. Might spur on new ideas. That's kind of another concept that I'm excited by, is when you get a lot of little ideas, almost like stardust, they can start to coalesce and condense and pull more and more ideas together until you start building something bigger than the original components. So why don't we get started with the headphones to attempt, hopefully successfully, to keep things rolling here. So swap you guys to the overhead cam and we'll reset it. Get ourselves a view here, and we will set this as our first position. I will go ahead and set this cam as a first position as well. And then I think we're lucky enough that our overhead cam is default position already. So that should be fairly decent. Okay, so here's kind of the goal is you guys could see me leave from this perspective, go to the next perspective. I would bring whatever over. And then if I time this right, now we would be back to this perspective. I did not press the button well enough. That is the challenge of this little reader deal, this little remote. I think I need to bring my phone over so I can monitor chat. One of the downsides of turning away from the screen. But this also gives me a chance to check in on my friends. So I'll get this kind of, where is off frame on this desk? We're running out of space to keep things off frame because I've so effectively gotten it into view. This should just be a duplicate of the stream view. Thank you, Cade. It's a long life passion, so it's, yeah, I'm just applying it to different things. I think I need my T. I'll bring that over. I need to point a light. Here, I can give you guys a little view, hopefully. Wrong angle. That's always fun. All right, well, we'll just point this over there and hopefully not bump the overhead cam. Now we got a little bit of a side sploosh of light, and I think that ought to work for now. Keep rocking. Okay, so back over here at scene 2, please. Thank you. We have what we've been working on for the last 2 weeks now, I think. So we have our card, which I'll go ahead and grab that. Give the full lowdown every time, I guess, until you guys tell me you're tired of hearing about it. I've been making these cards that help me convert specific time zones to other time zones. Essentially, there's a visual representation of where it's at. It tells you the Greenwich Mean Time difference, and then there are columns, and you can reference across. But I have some challenges with the original design. One being that I messed up the Australia time, and I did not add the 11 hours in the right direction. And then I did not account for daylight savings. So when I've gone to make one for my friend, there were some new challenges, and I was trying to address those. What remains as a need to be addressed here, I've basically remade some of these layers. I think I probably won't be able to say that. I'll just show it. I won't be able to show it. I'll just describe it. I've got layers that this one was all one layer and did everything all at once. This one did layers in different passes, so it actually ignored certain overlaps, and I need to fix that. That's not how it should look. There shouldn't be blank spaces where things overlap, so I need to fix that. Welcome in, Okie Dokie. Thank you for the 15 stream streak. That's amazing. We're gonna be looking at some headphones in just a moment here, but I'm getting some footage of updates from last week from what I've been working on. So what I figured out is Japan which is one of the time zones for my friend that they want to be able to compute, does not observe daylight savings. But the other 3 countries do, and they're at different times, but they're basically spring and fall. You're looking at the March, like late March to early April versus your like October, November time windows. And I'll get right back to that. I need to tab. A friend. Oh, we need to ungroup this. Silly me. Do not group tabs, they will not load. How many? Okay. Yeah, sometimes you gotta check too, because you'll have a lot of duplicates. Cade, thank you for the 20 bits. Appreciate that. As far as I'm concerned, bits and subs and everything are gonna go straight back into Twitch. It'll just offset the things that I donate, so I do appreciate it. It's absolutely not necessary, but it is certainly appreciated. And I'm sure it makes Twitch happy that they get to have their tax paid and make their money, and helps the world go around, and then I end up dumping it on somebody else whenever I get enough. So I might reach out to somebody for like a sanity check on this, but I could either adjust for daylight savings plus 1 hour on the 3 countries, or what I was thinking is we would subtract 1 hour from Japan and affect 1 column instead of affecting 3 columns. Or basically, we wouldn't have to describe it here. This just says March to November, subtract 1 hour to Japan. I'm gonna change the formatting of that and stuff like that so it's a little more appealing. But yeah, we've got some different ideas in here. Another detail I need to fix is the country abbreviations. But yeah, we're getting really close. This is the general layout. I just need to change some of the formatting, verify that the time concept is going the right way. It melts my brain, trying to keep it all straight. But yeah, hopefully this will work. This will be a good general use piece, and then we can make this a long-lasting component. I do, once I get the paper version done, want to explore making this out of metal. So we'd be looking at etching this into aluminum and then backfilling the etch with something like an enamel or a powder coat, some kind of thermoplastic, even just ink, and start exploring that avenue because that has a lot of interesting implications for other things. So for this card, thank you, Mary Aesthetic, for the 3 stream streak. I really appreciate that. It's nice to know people keep dropping by. So these cards, the eventual goal is to thicken it by adding a whole bunch of layers, and then to laminate it. And I was stubborn and didn't want to buy a laminator. And I looked up on Reddit, and Reddit was like, yeah, just throw a towel over it, put an iron on its max setting, move it around for a few minutes, and you'll get an excellent result. And that's what we tried, and we have failed at 9 times. Well, about 7 times. Basically, what seems to happen every time, and I recognize that I almost talked myself into doing it again by saying this, but we're heating up an area too much. I think it's causing the paper to react to the heat and start releasing moisture or even smoke, and that releases the adhesive, and then we get a bubble because it's all trapped. And there's no way of going back from that. You've stretched the plastic, it's permanently deformed. But we got some pretty close results on some of these. Test 4 looked pretty good. Eventually I gave up on the iron, and I started using a heat gun, and the heat gun was a little more precise, but you could still get some major delamination because the heat was a lot more intense. So I've given up on that, and tomorrow I have a laminator arriving. Part of my struggle was when you Google laminator and which one should I get, you get about 1 billion results, and they're, you know, 15 to 30 bucks for most of them, and have a billion reviews, and they all look fake. So I just can't trust that. Eventually I kind of went with name recognition. We're gonna try that out. But the main reason I went with them is because I want to get their cold laminator in the future, which is a cheaper process for its format. You basically have an adhesive sheet that's clear that you press onto your items instead of a thermal plastic sheet that only under heat will begin to adhere. So there's kind of less to worry about. You can get big old rolls of it, and you can get really wide versions. And I do want to make some posters with the laser engraver that are like probably, ooh, I'm gonna have to establish the like megapixel equivalent of the resolution that I want to create, but we're talking possibly gigapixel dense images, but in a large format. So keeping like a really high density photo density, but on a huge image is the goal. Dream goal of mine. To aid in all of this, I did pick up some parchment paper. I was looking at wax paper versus parchment paper and realized that parchment paper will do both things and wax paper will only do one thing, and those things are heat, not insulation, but basically what baking paper does, which is what this does. Keeps messes clean, but it can withstand a lot of heat. And wax paper does the same thing. Like if I'm gluing something up, I can put the glue, put the wax paper down, and the glue won't stick to my tabletop. It'll land on that sheet instead, but the wax will keep the water-based glue from actually soaking through. But parchment paper is gonna do both. So I just bought parchment paper. I figured that was easier. So now we have that to work with. But let me sip some tea. Maybe I can do a little intro here. We have, knocking into things. Alrighty. Let's try to swap over cameras. So I got some new headphones. These are from Fio. They're a Chinese brand that has kind of taken the audiophile, like high-end audio community by storm in a way. They have brought the price down on audiophile grade equipment. They're basically doing what a lot of Asian manufacturers are incredibly good at doing. They re-engineer really expensive things and cut out all of the markup. Is basically what happens. That's what my laser is. I mean, I could literally go on all day. That's basically what I buy, are products like that. So that's what's really, really exciting about this. It is a planar magnetic headphone, which uses a different technology. We'll talk about that later. But I do have some headphones to compare to. Kind of the ones I've been using the most for a while are these Sony MDR-7506s. These are like a tracking headphone. They call them like a studio headphone, but really they're for noise isolation and vocal recording is what they're for. So they're catered towards that. I'll explain a little bit about that later. Those contrast to these Sennheiser HD600s that I have acquired. These are like probably the most affordable, really, really good headphones, I guess. They have not a cult following, but they're well known in the audiophile and hi-fi audio community. Oh, these are the HD 650s. My fault, I said the wrong thing. But these are a little bit uncomfortable on my head. Not a little bit, very uncomfortable after a little bit of time. And they sound absolutely phenomenal. But there's some things that I want to address with that. And in the meantime, that's what these headphones are for. So let's swing back over here and take a look at these. Let me verify we've got our camera. Okay. So these are the JT7s from FIO. They are a planar magnetic open back headphone. There's a look at all sides of the box. And planar magnetic headphones work fundamentally differently. I don't know if fundamentally is fair, but they work differently than a dynamic driver. We'll explain a little bit more about that when we get into these, but that's kind of the big fuss about these. So it looks like we get a optional headphone cable. This is a TR RS, the 3-ring, 3.5 mil. And then we have a TR S, and then an adapter to the, is that the 6 something millimeter standard, the 1/4 inch jack. And then we have a soft fuzzy bag, headphones inside, and then a material sheet. Quick start guide. So let's move the box out of the way and let's just open up the headphones. These do fold up, which is nice to see. I've kind of missed that feature. They're bigger than I expected. The headband is similar to the Sennheisers, the 650s I have, but it's a memory foam underneath. So there's a little bit of a delay in the spring back. So that should kind of shape to your head a little bit. And I'm looking at the comfort of this. This was a comfort, partially a comfort-based purchase. So what's interesting is the shape through here on the actual headphone band. It's flatter on the bottom than the 650s. So we'll probably have to bring those in and do some direct comparisons. But really, really big drivers. That's kind of the planar magnetic thing. The mobility, the motion of these ear cups is quite a lot. We get a lot of twist, I guess forward. I'm assuming this is our right ear cup. Let's see. Yeah, so we have an R, we have an L in the ear cup. So our right side has a lot of rotation, just like the left, but rolling back not as much. Then you have a lot, you can go completely parallel with a couple inch gap to completely flat to the mechanism, which you can then bring back to parallel with a gap about like that. The headband adjustment is very simple. I think it's plastic internally, but you do have a metal spring steel headband along top. The individual clicks feel firm enough. I wouldn't be worried about it slipping out of position over time. And it feels quality enough, like it'll last long enough. I'm really impressed with the fit and finish of this. And the headband, or the ear cup, feels like a pleather on the outside that has perforations in it. And then there's a almost a mesh fabric on the inside, and these are flat. in shape on this edge. And then we do have more of the kind of pleather on the inside. I am assuming that it's not real leather. It also feels kind of cold to the touch, which that may be true of both. It seems like they should come off pretty easily. You can pull that back quite easily. I don't want to quite take the cups off yet, or the ear pads, so we'll leave that there. Let's take a look at the cables now. So this would be your 3.5 mil combo. So we have a good 5 feet long. Each earpiece has a mono connection. I don't know what, is that just TS? It's got a single band on each ear versus the 4 bands down here. I don't know all the terminology on the specific jacks, but this is the type you got. It's kind of a ribbed insulation on the outside, but I do like the distance between the adjoinment here and then the individual plugs. I feel like that'll give you a good amount of wiggle room. This is very flexible, so they're using a nice kind of low, I don't know if low temperature is right. It's not silicone to where it's like super rubbery, but it's not a really hard plastic insulation to where it's super formed or hard to move. So I like that combo. The strain relief up here seems adequate, but I really like how much room you have on the end of this jack to hold on to. That's actually quite nice. So I think this is a balanced connector. This might be the 4.4 millimeter standard. I'm not 100% familiar with all those things because I don't have a headphone driver. I don't have a amp and DAC that can actually push something like that, but I guess I could go ahead and plug these in for you. They plug in just fine. This is very nice that it's very simple and kind of based on a standard jack. Obviously you can't, I guess you could plug something else in, like an alternative version of this to get it to work if this cable were to go bad, but because they're using kind of commodity components here, nothing proprietary, let's say, it should be pretty affordable to get replacements, which I'm always a big fan of. I think that's the point of everything is that it doesn't cost more than it really should. So that looks very nice. I will go ahead and throw my little caps back on here because I don't think I'm going to be using this one, and it will end up going back in its bag. But this is the set that I expect to use. I'm very glad that we get options at this price point, which I will point out the price a little bit later. But same story, same length, just about 5 feet. We have our same plugs on the end here, but now we have a 3.5 mil TRRS. So our 2-band stereo connector, not the balanced version. We do also get what looks like a non-locking 3.5 mil to 1/4 inch adapter, or is that the 6.5 mil? I don't know. Can't remember all the different standards and who cares about which metric. Something to note, they do list on the side of this, it is labeled right versus left. So you just plug that into the appropriate ear cup. And this is where we'll leave this headphone set up to, because this is how we're pretty much going to use it from now on. I might as well bring over the other headphones to give a visual comparison. So let me clean off some of this. We could look through our book here. 6.35 millimeter is your 1/4 inch. Then there's a 4.4 mil for your balance connector. This is all in Chinese, as far as I can distinguish, but I'm no linguist or anything like that. Pictures. No, here's the English section. Let's see if there's anything. It's nice. They discuss how to replace the ear pads. I believe they're talking about hearing damage, which is nice. Okay. Interesting. I think that's Japanese. Interesting. All right. So we'll set that off to the side. Let's bring in, we'll put these in the middle. Bring over our other headphones, which involves unplugging it from the computer. So we have the Sony. I can give you guys a good view here. Sony MD-R 7506s. And we have the Sennheiser HD650s. I do have more headphones than this. I don't know if that's a humble brag, but I have had a lot of headphones at this point. I'm not a huge audiophile nerd, but I've owned a few headphones, and maybe you guys can learn a little bit from me about what you actually need or not. So this would represent your cheap version. This is supposed to be your bang for your buck. And then this is your like ultra premium sound built to be as affordable as possible. But they all do different things. These are closed back headphones, the Sonys, and both of these are open back. The difference between those is you will have more natural noise isolation with closed back headphones, whereas open backs are meant to, it lets sound breathe a little bit more. You can hear things from the outside more, which affects how things sound on the inside. They describe it as soundstage, but basically things feel like there's more space between the sounds. I guess you could describe the difference as being in a basement versus being out in a field, being able to hear kind of the ambience around you. It does affect how individual music tracks sound. Typically, open backs are preferred for like a more neutral, more reference-like experience. But I personally like closed back headphones in the way that they sound, but doing a little bit of video editing that I do, it's nice to have something that's maybe more neutral. So I've purchased the Sennheiser HD650s as a hope of it being the last headphones I would need, because it should be, you know, it's recommended to be one of the best headphones, I guess, for its price. They do a really good job of giving you high quality audio for its cost. The Sonys just happen to be really quite good for what they are, and they're very affordable. These are maybe in the $80 to $90 range. The Fios are about $120, and then the Sennheisers vary. On sale, sub 400. I think they're typically around 600 US dollars, roughly at the time of making this video. So some of the differences here, all of these might be considered studio headphones. And I think, as I've been learning, that's a marketing. It's marketing to help people buy headphones and make them think that they're going to be reference-like or very high quality. And people will end up avoiding hi-fi headphones. And what the reality is headphones like these ones specifically from Sony, the MDR 7506s, these are tracking headphones. Yes, they're used in a studio, but you're meant to wear them when you're singing. So they have noise isolation for two parts. One, so that you don't hear too much around you, so that they can inject the track that you're singing to into the headphones and you can sing along, but also so that the sound doesn't bleed from the headphone and get picked up by the microphone, which it would on either of these for certain situations. The other component is these headphones are tuned to vocal frequencies to kind of highlight those aspects. So if somebody's speaking is maybe in the 3,000 to 8,000 kilohertz range, these headphones are kind of tuned to that, so it's easier to hear your own voice out of maybe the other instruments that are being played. So these are actually, they're studio headphones, but they are, they're really tracking headphones, and they serve a different purpose. So if you're trying to edit on these, if you're trying to mix or master tracks, you have to take that into consideration and recognize that these headphones are shaping the audio in that certain way. Hold on a moment. Well, friends, good news. I think we could check here. Swap cams for this. Laminator came a day early. It was supposed to arrive tomorrow, and I was planning to stream again tomorrow, which may still happen. Who knows? But we can maybe get cracking with this as well. Unbox a couple things back to back, so that's exciting. I have a no shipping tag policy in this room, so I don't dox myself. So while I'm kind of off frame here, far enough away, I will make sure there are no tags. And when I say no tags, I pretty much mean no tags, because I don't freaking know what all these are. Hell, the barcode could say the same thing as the address label. So I will peel this while I've got control over the camera and the sanity to be aware of what I'm doing, so that I can later bring this on camera. And if I can't peel it, I cover it. So, it's also worth noting, maybe kind of like a public service announcement, I guess. We do have ads starting shortly, FYI. QR codes can still function when part of the QR code is missing. That's kind of the point of them. So if you're going to remove a QR code because it represents something sensitive, remove the whole dang thing or obscure it in its entirety. So that's what I'm doing. I would also say the same for barcodes. Of course, Sharpie sometimes works, but Sharpie doesn't always work. So we'll go with the old school, scrape the heck out of it.
sure this is all just internal shipping product info, but I don't know what it is. I don't speak barcode. So I'll just make sure that that's pretty well obstructed. All right, well, that's what we're gonna look at next. That is exciting. I do desperately need to blow my nose. All right, let me make sure audio comes back. Looks like we're good. We're gonna carry on with the headphones. So if these are tracking headphones, these would be reference headphones. These are meant to be very flat in their response curve, so sound in equals sound out. And that's the entire goal of these, which, when you make a really nice headphone, actually sounds pretty good. But there are certain curves, let's say, that people tend to have a taste for. And that can mean, for instance, that there's a little bit more bass representation than would be there normally in the music. And that's my preference. Closed back headphones enhance bass. Open back headphones let bass out a lot. These have a slightly higher bass response. They track pretty flat a little ways after, and then they're kind of a little bit all over the place after that, but they do decently. And coupled with that, the driver, as I drop them, technology is different than either of these. Both of these headphones use a dynamic driver, which is essentially just a speaker. It is, let me swap cameras. It is a voice coil, which is an electromagnet, and then a cone to distribute the movement to a larger area. And let's say these headphones sound decently okay. These headphones sound better, and one potential reason is they use a really, really lightweight, relatively large speaker, essentially. So it responds really well to the tiny little bits of sound. It's not smoothing over anything. It's not muddying up anything. You're hearing a lot more detail. So this is like a very high-end speaker, let's say, really, really refined. We'll call this one on the Sonys just kind of more standard. These are planar magnetic headphones. You can see the giant square, the shiny square in there. That is a speaker, but it's built along, it's made out of a square, basically. They use very thin sheets of material and then a thin magnetic array, and it's packed very closely together. And then as the electrical sound signals come through, everything moves. So it creates sound in the same way, but instead of a central coil being distributed out with a cone and a lot of mass being moved, this is like a large surface area. What that can do is it can help transmit bass a little more effectively. That would be, in some cases, why a smaller speaker, well, when you get to like bookshelf size speakers and up, a larger woofer can handle lower frequencies more effortlessly. So coming down to this scale, a larger diaphragm can give you more energy, more bass energy. And we have Labat. So let me just deal with this. Trying to get clever, I see. And do our normal things. Report them. And bam. And then I also need to write down what they sent, so we can have another thing to apply across to all my buddies that I'm on for. So we got none of that. None of that. Can't have any of that. And we're back. And I bumped into the table, so that's nice. But yeah, planar magnetic headphones. It's a different speaker technology. There's some pros to it. And these, being $120, get you into a planar magnetic headphone for about as cheap as it will probably ever get and still sound somewhat decent. Planar magnetic is typically many times more expensive. Well, maybe not many times. Historically was a lot more expensive than a dynamic driver because it was new, it was hard to build, but companies have been refining their process and doing away with the markups, engineering their own technologies, getting their own patents, and that's what we're at today. So we're gonna compare these three headphones. I'll just listen to a demo playlist that I have, and I'll give some feedback on those, and then we will move on with everything. So I will see you guys back over at the computer. And we'll drag our headphones. So we'll start with the Sonys. Of note on headphones, cheap, I don't know if cheap is the right word. Basically, what a lot of people can encounter wrong is that the impedance, which is the cumulative resistance of an electrical circuit, can be a lot higher on higher end headphones. They are harder to drive. So what that means is maybe you can't drive it with a laptop, or back when phones had speakers, headphone outputs, you couldn't drive it very loud with your phone, and you'd need a dedicated amplifier on your desktop to be able to do it. You couldn't just plug it into the front of your PC. These headphones are very easy to drive. They're probably 100-ish ohms. The HD650s are harder to drive, not impossible. Let me just see what they are claimed to be. 300 ohms, so basically your volume would be half, potentially. And that can be a consideration, is maybe along with high-end headphones, you would also have to get an interface to even be able to listen to anything. The planar magnetics that we're going to look at next should be pretty low impedance, so still pretty easy to drive. I just have a channel strip audio interface from Behringer that I'll use. It seems like the output is fine, so we'll just use that. It's nothing special, but it will get the output that we need. What's up, Ziggy? Welcome in, sir. Clicked for the laser cutting, but more than happy to hear some hi-fi talk. Yeah, so we were, that was the unboxing component of, that's not in the title, but it was in the description I sent out to people that follow. But yeah, we have some headphones behind us. On center screen is a newer set of headphones from Fio. It's the JT7. They are planar magnetic. I wanted to try out some headphones to see if they're more comfortable than the Sennheisers on the left of the screen. And being planar magnetic, it's a new speaker technology that I want to try out. So that's what we're testing. I'm going to give some opinions here, listen to some music, and then we have something else to unbox that arrived minutes ago. And then we'll get to laser. It's always a bit of a mess on Saturdays. Long streams on Saturdays, and we go through all kinds of stuff. So let me pull up my speaker demo playlist and pick out a couple good ones, and actually maybe even bring the camera back over to the computer. Okay, so let me dive through. I hadn't prepared anything yet, but I do have a sizable playlist. So I'll grab 3 songs, and I'll tell you which ones they are, but I won't be able to play it on stream. A lot of my videos, that's why there's no like text overlays from the Twitch side or anything. They are live recordings of YouTube videos in a lot of cases. I just mix in the live component and cut out what I need to. I am going to swap focus modes on this camera to face because it's dropping my face quite a bit. Cool stuff. Your Hi-Fi Man Edition XSs are planar. Interested to see what you think. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. This is my first pair to try out, and I've had a lot of headphones. I know a little bit. I'm not huge, like a big audio nerd, but no more than some. So it's nice to be able to sort out some of the marketing gimmicks about like what's actually studio and what's worth listening to. So I think what we'll listen to first is Retrograde by James Blake. This playlist has a lot of bass elements to it, a lot of like build-ups and the big drop-offs in the music, and it's for the little speaker system I've set up outside that has speakers that, and that's the kind of stuff I like to listen to on that. Basically like kind of cinematic music in a way. So let me turn the Windows volume all the way up. We'll make that a standard, and then I'll adjust the levels out of the interface and kind of report back what a comfortable listening volume is. So I'm at about 20% output, and that's feeling touch low. There we go. Now we're about closer to 30% on the output. Thank you for the follow, Ziggy. I appreciate that. Okay, so these do sound good. I do like them. As I was saying back there, they're like a tracking headphones. So they're meant to isolate you and isolate anything in there from the outside so that it doesn't get picked up by a microphone. The response curve is probably going to be tuned around vocal frequencies, which is great for listening to vocal music. But if you're trying to mix and master, you have to keep that in mind, that can skew how things sound for you compared to other things. So I got about 2 minutes in to the bass drops in that song, and obviously lovely. Sounds great. I've really enjoyed these headphones. They're a great affordable option. Okay, for the next one, I'll play something from Tusks. This is Foreign. Maybe we'll play a different thing from Tusks, because that I think has a really slow intro. So I'll play Be Mine by Tusks. Okay, that is Be Mine by Tusks. The bass is fine on these, but not incredible. If muddy was the word to use, that's probably where it would be used. The bass kind of just, it's a little ambivalent, not super precise. There's some energy there, you can hear it, but it's not extremely present like it should be on these particular songs. These are all fairly bass heavy songs. I'll also listen to Hate to Be Lame by Lizzie McAlpine. Hey Nomad, welcome in. We're testing out some headphones. Okay, still can't complain about these. The overall verdict for headphones like these is they're very affordable. You get a really decent sound. They're comfortable, pretty robust. Hard not to recommend if you're looking for some starter headphones, and that's pretty much the internet consensus on headphones like these. I've had these for several years. I like the way they sound. They do get a little bit uncomfortable. I don't know if my right ear's like in a different spot on my head or whatever, but if headphones hurt, my right ear starts to ache. It feels like the weight is on it a little bit more. I would encounter that on these headphones a little bit. I had some AKG 200 something series headphones that had a suspension band. Those were way worse. Those were my first open back headphones, and I actually replaced those with these, I think. So these were a lot more comfortable, but for really long listening, these were still causing a little bit of problems. So I eventually looked to upgrade, and that's when I got the Sennheisers. But those are even more uncomfortable than the AKGs, but they sound so good. I can't get rid of them. So we'll look at these planar magnetic ones next and take a look at those. Nomad says they have that home phone wire of doom though. Yes, the coil. Yeah, yep, they do. But honestly, that's what you would want. These headphones, they're meant to be used in a studio. You're gonna plug this into, I don't know, whatever, and you need the potentially 9 to 10 feet of this because you're gonna be standing at a microphone, sitting at a piano, whatever you're gonna be, this more for instrumentation. That's why the sound profile on these is vocals, like especially Lizzie McAlpine's vocals and Tusk's, like female vocals, came through really clearly. Even James Blake's vocals came through really clearly, but it was kind of the bass end. It was like kind of there, kind of not. It didn't super tie together all the way, but still really quite decent, especially for the price. You require USB in your clumsy old age now. USB for headphones? I guess that would be convenient. I've never used USB for headphones. I've always used audio, like dedicated audio jacks and things like that. Exciting. Have you used open backs before? So I had my first like nice headphones. I built a set of headphones once. That was weird. I wish I had them. My first set was the Audio-Technica M50s, is that what it is? The older model. They have the newer model now. That's like the M50H or something. But basically that used to be the recommendation. It's the same stuff though. It's a studio headphone. And when they say studio, they mean vocal tracking. They're closed back. They're tuned to vocal frequencies. They have some bass present, which is what people don't get back in the day, and a lot of earbuds and things. So that was always the shocking thing, but we look these up. Audio-Technica ATH M50s. So now they have the M50X, which is the newer version of it. They're $150-ish. They're quite comfortable. I still actually have the pair. The headband's worn out and both the ear cups. The ear cups have been replaced once already. But they're easy to drive. They sound quite decent. But I think there's just been better things made since. It used to be the go-to recommendation. And now there's some other options. So now I'm excited. Now I'm excited because we get to try the new headphones. I get to experience the sound of these for the first time. Just dealing with something real quick. All right. So this will also be the first time that I've put these on. So I'll plug them in. I do have a 1/4 inch plug on this interface, so we're using our adapter that came with. Make sure I get this oriented the right way. I'm not familiar with them. These flex quite a bit. They can fold up. You can detach the cable. They're about $120. They're cheaper than the Audio-Technicas were. Fairly thick ear cups. The headband has memory foam in it. It's actually a similar shape in this profile to the Sennheisers, but I think it's a little bit flatter, so it might actually be more comfortable. That was another thing with the Sennheisers. The top of my head would hurt. So I won't be able to wear these like all day on stream just to get an idea of comfort, but I'll get a longer term idea. I would assume the cables are replaceable. They're just using a standard, like a mono input per ear. I don't think that's gonna focus quite for you. The Sennheisers are also replaceable, I believe, but it's like a proprietary 2-pin plug. So you'd have to get it from them, which is probably gonna cost a little bit. These, I'm guessing, are gonna be much more affordable. Let me grab something right quick. There we go. And I think before we listen, let me drop through my lurk tabs. Make sure everything's still looking good for everybody and that we don't have any additional. Sweet. Doing good, doing good. Okay. And check on this right quick. All good there. Okay. So we'll put these on for the first time. See how these feel. Very open, very transparent. Maybe not as much as the Sennheisers, but yeah, absolutely can hear the room, the fans and things. They're not meant to isolate you, so that's just part of it. Very light. Maybe not as light as our itty bitty Sonys here, but I'm definitely gonna wager that they're lighter than the Sennheisers. The cable's not very long. For the price, I don't really care. I never need the length anyway. I use these for listening. I'm not standing up, usually. And if I was gonna stand up, I probably wouldn't be using these headphones to monitor myself. I would use something closed back that's gonna contain the sound and not loop it back through my microphone. So these feel very comfortable, light enough. The top of the headband feels like there's a good amount of pressure relief. You know, that was kind of part of the purchase, is can these be more comfortable? And so far, happy. I'm at like, I consider myself to have a fairly big head. And I'm at 1 notch on one side and 2 notches on the other side so there's quite a bit of adjustment here. Nomad says the headphones always go out from overusage and not being broken. I see what you're saying. Yeah, so it's nice to have new cables and such, being able to replace things. So yeah, they look pretty nice. Looks like they use magnetic adjustments. No, it's some kind of, it's a cheap mechanism, but it's adequate. These are $120. They're not gonna have anything crazy in there. It is a metal spring steel headband, but on the inside is a plastic. You're probably not gonna be able to see that. Let's fix that right quick. Bring you over here. So on the inside of the headband is this plastic piece. I'm assuming inside of here there's like, maybe it kind of looks like a double-sided key, and there's notches and then like a sprung pin or something like that. I think that's all that's going on. It clicks. There's enough resistance between clicks that it's not going to be a problem. If you were adjusting it every day a bunch, like fidgeting with it, I'm sure it would wear out. But to set it and forget it, I don't think it's ever going to be a problem. All right, let's plug these back in. These are labeled, which is nice. The inner side of the ear cup is also labeled so you can get your stereo image the right way around. All right, I'm getting excited. Yeah, Gotcha Sneaky still looks good and seems adequate. Yeah, adequate. You know, they're gonna save costs where they can. It's, you know, it's built to an absolute minimum while still bringing you something that might be really pretty impressive. So we'll go back to our 3 songs. So we've got Retrograde from James Blake. I'm gonna have to mute this time because the bleed through will get me demonetized. So first note on how these are driven. The Sonys were about 3 out of 10 notches on the output. These are at 7 out of 10. So quite a bit harder to drive than the Sonys, but I'm still not maxing out this pretty budget friendly channel strip that happens to have an audio output. So I still think you could probably drive them quite well off like a laptop or something like that. Okay, they sound quite good. The bass is a lot tighter. It's not as muddy so far on this song. Everything sounds incredibly crisp and clear, as you'd expect, given the marketing on these and the technology. There's not, like, I kind of like what the Audio-Technicas did, where it was quite a bit of bass and a closed back headphone. There's not that effect. It's not like closed in and boxy with a bunch of punch, but the depth, like you can hear the bass and you can also hear all of the presence of the vocal, the reverb, in this particular song, all the kind of like crushed synthesized strings and everything. It's like everything is present in the sound all at once. Whereas you could, on the Sonys, it was kind of like, oh, this part's good, but this part kind of is separate. Like there wasn't much of a connection between the vocals and the bass. It didn't feel like everything was kind of brought together. These absolutely feel like everything is brought together. So we'll move down my list here and grab our next song. This is Be Mine from Tusks. Nice. These are really good. I really like these. I'll say it now, and then we'll see if it proves out. I think if you've got your $80 Sonys, your $120 Fios, and your $400 to $600 Sennheisers, these sound so much closer to the Sennheisers than they do to the Sonys, but they are so much closer in price to the Sonys compared to the Sennheisers. So we'll see if that proves out, but so far this has been really, really good. The bass is present and probably a lot closer to accurate for a lot of these songs. I think my preference is kind of bass heavy headphones. So I'm gonna get wowed a lot more by something like that. But again, the Sennheisers don't do that, and I still love the crap out of them. So we do have one more song to listen to, which will be Hate to Be Lame by Lizzie McAlpine. I do wanna know, I did turn them up from that 7. I'm about 7.5. So if the Sonys were a 3 to get a nice listening volume, maybe something I wouldn't listen to hours and hours of music at, but kind of loud, these are at like a 7.5 to do just about the same thing. Ziggy Bones says, high praise. For that price, I might even have to pick some up to try. Yeah, look at some different reviews and get some different opinions for sure. That's what I did to come across these. I kind of heard about them. I was like, oh, that's crazy that planners are, you know, $120. I waited a while just in case, like, just not to give in to FOMO, and, you know, if the price were to skyrocket or something, still having to buy it, I just kind of gave up on it. And it's like, I'll look at it again later. And it kind of kept coming up in the different places I follow. And it's like, might be time. So, hey, thank you, Ziggy, for subscribing with Prime. That's awesome. Really appreciate that. Okay, let's pick up this last song, Hate to Be Lame by Lizzie McAlpine. Holy shit. God damn. That gets a double. God damn. Very, very impressive. I would wholeheartedly recommend these to anybody. If someone came up to me and said, hey, I'm looking for some nice listening headphones, what do you recommend? I would probably be pointing them towards that if they can handle open back. That is phenomenal. The vocal presence, it's partly the technology, partly the performance of this, partly the fact that it's planet magnetic, but the closeness that you perceive on like that specific song from Lizzie McAlpine is insane. It's such an emotional experience. That's a lot of the music I listen to. I listen to a lot of like indie folk music, and that's kind of something that comes up a lot. Like the just singing like really, really softly, but really close to the microphone. That kind of, you have that vocal presence. You can hear all the detail of a voice. That really engages me with music, and that's a lot of what Lizzie McAlpine does, and a lot of the different musicians that I follow. But yeah, so the fact that these headphones are doing that so well is a slam dunk for me, especially that they're elevating the bass a little bit compared to what I think the Sennheisers do, and they're going to be a little bit more comfortable. I don't know if these are going to replace the Sennheisers for me. I don't technically need the Sennheiser. I don't do any audio work that's that intense. I just kind of wanted to buy something and be done with it. Stop chasing. But these are like a fraction of the cost. It kind of makes me want to listen to their other stuff that costs about the same as the Sennheisers. So welcome in, Poops. Good to see you. Do I have any IEM collections? I do not. I know that's a big thing. I've looked at it and gotten really excited about a few different pairs. I have purchased a pair, I think it was from Shure. They were maybe in like the $150 price range. They had 2 drivers per ear. I hated them. I'm not an IEM person. What I found is if I'm gonna wear them and monitor with them, which is kind of the point of in-ear monitors, for me that is when I'm talking and doing something on the computer, like narration, or probably just like talking on Discord and speaking into a mic, or like playing a game. I don't know if it's my ears, I don't know if it's those particular IEMs and the way they hung off your ears or the shape of the plugs or anything, but I could not get them to seal properly, consistently. I would smile and one would like pop out slightly and I'd have to like push it back in and then keep going, and then I'd smile again. I'm like, I want to smile when I talk. If I'm enjoying something, I want to express it. So I gave up at that point. I'd looked at a variety. Some I found out were like, it was like just a marketing thing. I was all excited about this one pair that had like 10 drivers that was borrowing tech from hearing aids, and now it's finally affordable, and they put 10 of them into there and it was supposed to separate it all. And I was like, okay, some do it with 1 driver and some say they need 7. What's the deal? So I was kind of like, I'll just back off from it. I'll just go back to over ears. The reason I got into it and looked at it closely was I was kind of tired of the headphone hair and hot ears, pretty much. So that was the main draw. I was gonna end up spending about as much money anyway, and it just didn't work for me. Just wasn't impressed. So, okay, that was the Fios, the PT7s, back from our desk behind us. Now, all that's left, did I say PT7? That's a monitor that I have, the JT7. Now, what we have are our Sennheisers, and let me compare the headbands to these. So they're very similar, where they have that notch out in the middle, but where the JT7s have a memory foam that kind of has a delayed spring back, the 650s are just a solid foam, so it's an instant spring back. There's nothing that's going to conform with heat and kind of sit there. This is always going to be a consistent pressure along here. It's also a little bit thicker. I find this uncomfortable, not to mention whatever the heck else is going on here that gets uncomfortable for me. But the headband's uncomfortable. I don't know if it's the clamping force, because these clamp quite hard to the point that I've like taken them off my head. I'm like doing this kind of stuff, like bend out. They never do because they're good. Yeah, so these are different. You know, they don't have all the flexibility, all the pivoting, all the folding that these do. I guess the tilting is maybe kind of similar, but the clamping force is a lot lighter on this. It's like the steel band is maybe more just at the top, so there's like more leverage on the steel, whereas this, it goes all the way back around, so you're kind of fighting more of that. But the width here, I think, is really critical on these two headbands. The Sennheisers are much thinner where it actually contacts your head, and then it's much wider on these Fios. So I'm thinking that's gonna win out, but they sound amazing. So let's get back to these Sennheisers. Alrighty. So these are the Sennheiser HD-CX50s. I guess I'll note these do have detachable plugs, but it's proprietary. You can barely see that. It's not going to focus in this lighting, but it's a 2-pin deal, so you probably got to buy it from them or a third party. It's going to be a little bit more expensive than the Fios, but still good cable. Very long, very thick. I'm not worried about the quality of it at all. And it did come with a 1/4 inch, the 6.35 mil jack or whatever, standard, so I don't have to adapt it. Alrighty. So we'll go back up to our music. And I'll mute, since these are gonna bleed like hell, and get this dialed in, and I'll report the gain difference on these. Alrighty, so interesting that these are considerably louder than the Fios for the same output gain. Not particularly sure why. The impedance is supposed to be like 18 ohms on those, according to Google AI. And on these, it's supposed to be 300 ohms. So the math ain't math in there. I turned these down from 7.5 to a 6 to get a perceivably similar volume. These still win in the quality department. The texture of the audio, there's like new texture to the audio listening with these. It's an absolutely joyous experience. Everything is tied together beautifully. There's not as much bass as I would like, but that's because these don't emphasize bass and I like a lot of bass. So that's where a closed back headphone can be a benefit potentially, though the bass is going to be incredibly tight and precise on an open back headphone that is decent. So we'll listen through the two next tracks. I'm going to try not to listen as far as I have been, but it keeps getting better and better because I keep listening to nicer headphones. So this next one is Be Mine from Tusks. I did say I was going to listen to less of these songs, and then I immediately lied. Wow. So there's kind of like a crescendo. It's like everything kind of eases up, and then everything slams in and starts with the drums and the guitar and the vocals. It's so much crisper on these headphones. It's not like sibilant, like, or anything. It's just like the responsiveness is, it's like very precise. And then the reverb, kind of the floaty vocal reverb, like everything's kind of just swirling around the artist, just gets more and more beautiful as you go through these different headphones. It's incredibly present in these, and that's a lot of stuff you'll hear with acoustic music, female vocals, and particularly vocals where they're singing like really close to the mic. These headphones, I mean, they're just good headphones, really, but it's such a perfect match for the kind of music that I like to listen to. So we do have one more song to go through, and then I think I'll do like a kind of a final rating on these for the initial listening test. Ziggy Bones says, what music, what mic are you using, by the way? So this is a little wireless mic from Small Rig. This came out a month ago, let's say, kind of was announced. It's just a clip-on mic. So the transmitter's on the back, the microphone hangs off the front. That's what's right there. It works fine. It sounds pretty good. I can walk around the room. You guys can hear me. There's some AI noise suppression modes that you can set up. where if I single press, it applies a little bit of noise suppression. That's kind of nice. If you like it, I don't think it's the most professional sounding. Then again, I haven't heard any good noise suppression on mics of this style. So, it's adequate if that's what you need to cut out, noise, just ambient noise. It'll do a decent job, and there's 5 levels of tuning for that. The transmit quality is fine, high-end stuff. I think it's 24-bit, 48 kilohertz. They claim a pretty far, line of sight transmit distance. The reason I got them, I have another set of basically the same thing. Basically, these small rigs are copying this. These are from Hollyland, and they were the first that I saw to come out with that style, where the transmitter's on the back, hides behind your collar, and then a little mic capsule on the front. It's like having a lavalier microphone and a transmitter all in one. These work really well. Battery life is good. Works fine. My only problem is there's no mute function. The small rig has a mute function. You've seen me using that constantly today. For what I do, I need that. Also, I haven't fully tested this, but I'm hoping the transmit strength is stronger. The Hollyland would cut out when I would turn my back to the camera and walk away when I was filming outside. I don't know for sure. I will have to do proper side-to-side testing. That could have been Wi-Fi interference. It operates in the 2.4 gigahertz band, where we have ads in about 15 seconds, so I'm kind of rushing here to finish that thought. But yeah, they're really cheap. They're about $90 for the whole kit to get a phone transmitter, phone receiver, and the camera receiver. But I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes. Or not, because some of you are subbed, and we're gonna keep going here. So yeah, that's the mic. I'm testing it out. I've been impressed by the sound, but literally if you put a $30 mic close to your face and you run it through a limiter and a compressor, it's gonna sound somewhat decent. So I have a lot of microphones too. That's been a whole process. I have a really nice sounding mic set up for narration stuff now. But for something simple that is tetherless, that lets me move around this room and do projects, stuff like this is really cool. The one other key note for me, not for everybody, is that the small rig S70 seems like the battery life doesn't match the Hollyland. And that kind of ends up being important to me because I've had some streams that push 9 hours. And if you can have a mic that goes 9 hours, then you never have to deal with it. But if it cuts out at 6 hours, you have to catch that. And if you don't have anybody in chat to catch it, you've got to catch it, and you might not immediately. So you might have 20 minutes of wasted stream, which really sucks. So that's the only drawback that I have seen so far to the small rigs. They advertise 7 to 8 hours, I believe, on the transmitter, a little bit longer on the receiver, but I was seeing that come kind of short. I was getting like 6 something hours on the transmitter and then 7 something on the receiver. I just plugged it in and I swapped mics, and then I can go for another 12 hours basically, or another 6 hours, whatever. Infinite if you're just using one mic and you're charging the receiver. But yeah, for most people, $90, 2 mics, put it to your phone, put it to a camera with a 3.5 mil out. This just runs into my mic in on the back of the computer and it sits on top. Pretty sweet, pretty sweet. A lot cheaper than the Hollylands. The Hollylands were like $130 when I got them. They've come down in price now. But yeah, there's a lot of little mics like that. But yeah, good to know. It sounds nice and full to me. Yeah, I think in kind of an initial impression, I think they sound better than the Hollylands. I'll do some proper testing. I'll make a proper review comparison kind of thing. Not that my channel is really about that, but I think I enjoy it. It's nice to compare, and I got stuff to share about it. So we've got one more song to listen to, And that'll be Hate to Be Lame by Lizzie McAlpine. Let's start that one. Yep. Sounds amazing. As we'd expect, these are great headphones. And I cannot lie. So let's do kind of like a final summary here. Compare these three, some kind of final thoughts, and I'll try to place where I think the audio value is of these headphones compared to these two references. I've got this, this camera is kind of mirrored, kind of backwards, weird, confusing. So hopefully I have this set up the right way. Let's check. That's the wrong camera. That's the right camera. So my right side is the left on screen, and I want to have a left minimum to right maximum. So I think that's how we're gonna do it. So you're basically looking at the table this way. Okay, I think that's how that's all working. So, okay, so we've got three headphones. These are roughly 80, 90 bucks as far as I recall. These are about 120, and these are anywhere from $400 to $600. We have the Sony MDR 7506s. These are the FIO J7Ts, JT7s. And this is the Sennheiser HD650s. So that's our range, that's our SKU. We compared it to these headphones. I guess we're not gonna look at cost. We're just gonna look at where the audio quality sits between these two. I'm gonna put these really high. I would say that they are so much closer to the Sennheisers than to the Sonys that if this was out of 5, this is like a 4 out of 5. To the point that even out of 10, it might be more than 8. It might be like an 8.5. These are exceptional for the price. These are comfortable on the first listen. Things on it make sense. The adjustability, the comfort. It seems like they've spent the money where it matters and it somehow they managed to spread the investment around and give you something really, really impressive. You get an additional cable. I do like that the cables aren't super crazy long like the Sennheisers. I have to keep bundled. Again, if that's what you need, then that's what you need, and this won't suffice, but you might be able to get something aftermarket. I'm extremely impressed with these. They're not as good in sound, but compared to these two, these are excellent for someone that's never listened to them, never experienced anything better than wired ear pods. But these are on another level altogether, and yet still there is another level above with the HD 650s. The presence that these provide, the clarity, you can hear everything without it seeming intentional. It's just there. Something that was kind of interesting was I had to drive these at a higher output compared to the Sennheisers. I was not expecting that because these are supposed to have a much higher impedance, at least on paper. Maybe I can dig a little bit deeper and figure out for sure, but everybody's pretty much saying that these two headphones are easy to drive. These may not be. They're like barely manageable. You wouldn't get great listening volume on your basic kind of amplitude output on a laptop or something like that. Though they are also not the hardest to drive by the same token. So absolutely impressed by these. For a minute there, I was thinking maybe these can replace the Sennheisers and I could do away with them, reinvest the money somewhere else potentially. But, you know, as you may find out, I'm gonna just keep both. Pretty much is how it's gonna go. That's my normal thing. If I can fix the comfort on the Sennheisers, that'll be a dream. Currently, for extended listening, they do get really uncomfortable on my right ear, for me in particular. So I end up moving it around quite a bit, fiddling with it. It's frustrating. The clamping force is kind of insane, but that can be fixed by the Fios, as far as I can tell so far. Potentially comfortable to the max, but just not quite the audio. If I was sitting down to listen to music, I would be grabbing the 650s. But for general use, kind of mixed use, plus comfortable, for even not even half the cost, like maybe not even a quarter of the cost of the Sennheisers, these planar magnetic headphones from Fio, the JT7s, are incredibly impressive. Okay, we have something else to look at now. I'm just gonna plug my normal headphones in so they can kind of just live down here. And oh my gosh, I need to turn the output down because I will blast my eardrums. And we will get kind of set up here for the next thing that we're gonna unbox. And let me tab up a friend. There we go. And I'll just run through my tabs real quick, just to verify that we got everybody. Okay. Oh, I accidentally went through on a raid, like at the moment it was happening, and had not picked up on it. Let me just say bye to everyone. All right. Okie doke. We will get back to what we got going. The background music choice is lovely. Thank you. This is music I've picked from a licensing service, Audio, AUDIIO, that I have a license to. And it's kind of my way of having music that I don't have to worry about royalties on because I have a license for it. So if I upload anything to YouTube, it's pre-licensed. So I basically downloaded a bunch of tracks for the vibe that I wanted, brought them into a audio editor. I just used Audacity. What did I do? I arranged them to get the vibe that I wanted. It's lo-fi and then kind of like acoustic, classical. So I kind of alternated and then normalized everything and trimmed to whatever I needed. So it kind of has a normal pace between songs, and then the loudness is balanced across the songs. So pretty simple way of doing it, but honestly, it worked out really well. So we have something to look at. Imagine that. From Vivor. And I'm actually really excited about this because it's gonna solve problems, which, I mean, isn't that why we buy things? But this is an office laminator. And I guess normal people don't get incredibly excited about stuff like that, but I get really incredibly excited about stuff like this because if it works well, which we will find out, this will enable me to fix, not necessarily fix, but preserve a lot of my little paper projects. And as we were showing at the start of stream, I've been using my laser engraver to make some different etched paper charts, basically. And it's nice to be able to preserve those so that you can handle it. You could spill water on it, and that's what a thermal laminator or any type of laminator should be able to do for you. So I bought this one out of despair, which is a good thing. It does not sound good, but it's a good thing because I settled for brand recognition and model availability. We have a Amber Alert. Let me check on this. Okay. That fucking sucks. Okay. The laminator is the king of stationery. That is absolutely true. Let me bring chat over with me, so we can see each other. All right. There we are. Okay. So this is a Vivor model number SL6319. It's an office style laminator. It's quite affordable in the sub $50 range. It's got some features that we'll look at. Honestly, I didn't look at this very closely. The story, essentially, of what's happened is I was at breakfast. I realized that if I was going to make things for other people, which is what the laser engraver has started enabling me to do, I want to be able to send that to them and not have it be destroyed the first second some water gets spilled on it. So I realized, okay, I should get a laminator. So I looked at my usual store that I prefer. They didn't have them. Cool. Looked at another one. They had one. So we went there. It wasn't in stock. They lied. So, boo. I skipped it and I was like, you know what? I bet I can do this myself. I'm going to get my iron. I'm going to get a towel like Reddit says. And we're going to do this in a unique way, let's say. Is my stream frozen? No, it's not. Why is my preview frozen? Apologies. That is so true. But how can we make bread if there is no free real estate? Answer me this. How? Welcome in, Bongscopy. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. So, I failed miserably about 9 times, making what I thought was going to be a quick solution. This was test 1 with the iron and towel. We got it too hot. The bubbles never got out, and the little bit of text stuff that would be on there is not very legible. We went through 9 tests. I eventually tried a hot air gun, and it changed the game a little bit. I got more control, but we still had the same problems, now with bubbles everywhere. So I caved, tried to cut my losses on using all this material, and I bought one. If you look for a laminator on, let's say, Amazon or any site, you will find about as many laminators available as there are humans on Earth. And every single one seems to have 4.5 stars. I don't believe it. It seems like just a huge market that has a lot of players and a lot of, I'll call it false advertising. Can't necessarily say that for sure, but it just seemed too good to be true that a $30 laminator could really be as good as a $200 laminator based on the reviews. So what ended up happening is I realized I don't want to sequester myself into hot lamination, which is what this primarily does. And that is where they use these thermal films with a pouch. It's double-sided, and it uses a hot roller to squeegee and heat up the plastic so that it adheres to itself and to the material, and no bubbles, because the pouch has one open side and you start. Kind of makes sense. What I eventually want to do is get a cold laminator, and that is what Vevor has. They have cold laminators. So you can get one that does 12 inches, does 18, 24. You can get really, really wide, and you just buy giant rolls of this stuff. So it's very economical. And I do have some future projects that I think need that. And a cold lamination process is very cheap. Look, there's a cold lamination process. Not that we have cold laminating sheets here, as far as I'm aware. Cold laminating is also not going to damage documents. So if you have anything sensitive that you don't want to potentially damage the ink on through the heat, anything like that, you want to use a cold lamination process. So that's my end goal. And I was going to get a Vevor one to do it. I saw that they also had this hot laminator, and I was like, okay, fine. We'll continue with the hot laminator goals and just suss that out the rest of the way. So that's how I settled on this. I think it'll be okay. There's some brand recognition for me because I've seen them involved in they make a lot of affordable things. We just looked at headphones that have the same concept. You know, design something based on what's already successful and then make it pretty affordable for everybody. So I'm pretty excited. There's some accessories. We have like a corner cutter. We have a hole punch. We've got some little ring binders, which I'm actually really excited about. And then we have a couple different sliding blades. So it looks like we've got just a cut blade, a perforation blade, and a wavy blade, which is what we do up top. We can kind of shorten paper and cut stuff and kind of stylize the edge. So let me plug in a couple things and get this set up, and we'll actually test it out. By the way, Bongscopy, how are you? Have you slept well? Let me get my handy dandy sheet to tell the time. What time is it here? 1400. How was your evening? How was dinner? Now that it's late for you. I could just do the head math, but I like my little chart. Okay, I'm gonna just leave the room briefly and plug in my extension cord. Because unfortunately, I do not have, well, I don't trust that I have the power available to run anything over 400 watts on the same circuit that feeds this room, because it's being used pretty heavily with all the lights and the screens and computer and everything. So I guess we could, you know, look over the product here. That maybe kind of makes sense. So we have a top to it. There is a fold down flap, which looks like it holds up the paper as it shoots out of the back and also folds out of the way. We have the aforementioned slide, which I'll go ahead and clip in our straight blade. Does that cover? No. So they kind of want you to disassemble some of this. I just almost stabbed myself with that. I started fidgeting with this, and good thing I was pressing in the corner. They have a little protractor diagram. I don't know, you've got your degrees, you've got centimeters and inches. Cool. We have some buttons. They're claiming, why are they claiming 10 mil ability? All right, let's look through here because there's a warning related to it. So we got our 3 mil and 5 mil, which is what I purchased this to be able to do. Set the temperature control to the correct position that matches the thickness of your film. And it has an X through 7 and 10 mil, but then down here it says 7 and 10 mil. So I'm assuming it would just, you know, max temp, and then it would just run things slower to expose for the right amount of time. So interesting. It does note here that it's normal for it to smoke for the first 2 to 3 uses. Smoking is considered normal if the air humidity is too high. Well, it's not. It's dry as fuck in here. Normal smoking may occur in the laminating sheet's thickness does not match. Okay, whatever. So that's cool. It looks like we've got a capacity up to A3. I don't understand the whole paper sizing thing. I think it's ridiculous, but if I actually understood it, then it would probably make perfect sense. We do have a little compartment to store all the things in. So I guess that's kind of nice considering it isn't made to store on the machine. I'd love to be able to save one blade in there. And I should have paid attention to how these all went in there, because now I have to play Lego. What in the hell? Man, why can't they give you space to, like, oh, just put it the right way, you know, not too bad. That's not too bad. And there's a couple empty spaces. I don't know if that's for these, why you would need to keep those spare, but hey, cool, why not? Did I break? Oh shit. This flips over for some reason. We found that out. Cool. Front of the machine has our lettering there. On the bottom, I am missing a rubber foot. It's getting annoying. I mean, I'll give it to them. It's an affordable machine, and if it works well, I don't care, but that's frustrating. Maybe it's in the box. Why don't I look before I lose my brain? Where is the box? There it is. Not in there. Is it in the bag? I don't see it in the bag. Quick inspection tells me I have not dropped it, so I don't have a foot. That's annoying. The bottom of the machine's saying, I'll just show you. for those that care about the power ratings and such. I'll quickly read off the important, relevant stuff. It's 120 volts AC at 10 amps. Holy fuck, okay. It does claim pouch thickness 3 to 10 mil. Okay, so maybe I did buy this based on it being able to do 10 mil, which kind of makes sense in my brain, but I was gonna settle for 3 to 5. Okay, cool. I don't know if they sell a stand with, not necessarily with this, but to go with it, because they have these precisely lined up holes with little pins that are actually, this one's offset, so it's meant to face a certain direction. Interesting. The back would have the flap, the power cord. This almost looks like it should be able to pull out. It has like the tab there, but it does not. It is not. Don't know if that's meant to clip in or just catch there. Okay, meant to catch, so. That's loud. Cool, it's a machine for the office. Looks decent. Ziggy Bones says, an American using 24-hour time, like us Europeans. You love to see it. Yeah, my industry uses 24-hour time quite a bit. And I also grew up listening to the BBC and such, so I learned from a fairly young age on my own. So it is nice to be able to convert. I guess that's a consideration for our, it beeped, for our chart, is whether it would be 24-hour time or not. I guess I'm gonna kind of enforce on the first one. You're gonna have to learn 24. That would be really annoying though if you're not used to it. I should ask my friend that I make this for. So that should probably go down. Let me grab a scrap piece of paper and my little jelly roll pen. Where are my scraps? They are here. I'll grab 3 just in case. So these are approximately the size of our card. I will just write on one of these Vivor test number uno. Where are my sheets? I'm gonna use a Scotch laminating sheet. These are the same ones I used with the iron and everything else. They do provide a number of sheets with the product itself in 3 different sizes, which is nice to get started, but to be consistent with everything. And then this is the type that I would purchase to replace, most likely, because it's readily available. So this is a 3 mil thermal pouch. If you've never used one of these, oh, I grabbed 2. They're dead simple. You just find the side that isn't sealed. This is clear at the top, so you just find that side. You try to keep your dirt out. You split the pouch. I'm gonna actually lay this flat. You lay and align your piece. I'll actually center this. And then gently lay that down. You don't want any big air bubbles. And then you would feed it from the sealed side in. I realize now I should have turned this on. So we've turned it on. It make noise. Very nice. We do have a reverse button, which some machines actually don't have. If something jams up and it's totally fucked, it's nice to be able to yank it out without physically yanking. It sounds like it's running and it's showing cold. So I might have hit the button twice, unless this is like a startup. So I'm gonna hit mode switch to 3 mil. It make a noise, and I'm assuming it's heating up because it's blinking. So the heat up time on this is probably about a minute. During that time, since this is live, why don't we look through the little quick start guide that they've provided us. Okay, mode switch, yes. Okay, we kind of figured out most of this already. It does claim to have 4 rollers. Maybe we could look at that. Maybe we could take it apart and see. Actually, maybe that would be fun. You know, it's such a cheap thing. If I do break it, I guess I could get another one. But maybe we take it apart and see how it's built. That's kind of a thing we've been doing, is really looking critically at how stuff's made. And I would have absolutely bought one based on that. You know, if I open this up and it's got metal gears or something, or it, you know, makes sense the way they built it, I mean, why not? So, looking at some things in the little menu. Nothing so far has been cray-cray. It seems like it's just running. So it runs continuously, which kind of makes sense. Yeah, so that ominously, wow, ominously, that was about a minute, I would say. Let me try to get some of this dust off so we're not just feeding the rollers dust. And I have a little blower that I'm gonna grab to dust this off. It's probably well worth doing in the long run. So that's clean enough. I'll carefully lay this in there. It is on the 3 mil setting. Okay. Ah, so it sounds like it runs to maybe keep the heater rolling consistently, like consistently heated. And then it optically senses when you actually put something in there, or there's maybe some kind of sensor, and then it speeds up to its full speed. So once it stops moving, I'll pull it out of the back. This is now laminated. This is the best lamination I have had. I'm not impressed. Okay, so we'll keep on messing with this and make sure this isn't user error. The bubbling texture, basically the texture of the paper where the lamination has not been able to fully press down and evacuate all those little spaces, that's what I'm trying to get rid of. That is not clear enough to me to see something. That could just be a limitation of laminating though at the same time. This is not like a glossy finished paper. This is a textured construction paper. So I'm gonna just see what happens if we run it through one more time. Also, lots of bubbles. Kind of surprised. Bubbles in the corners kind of, and then kind of stress marks all the way around, like it shrunk. I mean, it should, it's plastic. I'm just curious what happens if you run it through a second time. Why it just catches fire? So it has run through just about all the way. It stinks a little bit. It's probably part of the smoke that they were talking about. It's crazy that this comes out like done. Doesn't need time to cool, which is kind of interesting. It's mesmerizing, Ziggy. That's good. I don't think we improved the bubble situation. We'll call it micro bubbles here, but I mean, we have a full lamination. It took seconds. You know, there's more to be done here for sure. There could be a lot of user error. But so far, if this is the peak performance, I'm assuming we can get rid of bubbles for sure. The issue of these micro bubbles may simply be a limitation of what I'm trying to do with this combination of materials. Potentially one way around this that I can think of would be a doing a clear acrylic sealer on the paper itself to get a smooth finish, and then laminating on top of that. So we'd fill those voids to begin with. And that might just be a process that we have to figure out. So we'll do VVOR test 2. And we'll note looking for our big bubbles. I'm terrible at spelling, it's so embarrassing. Okay, I did spell it right. Big bubbles. Micro bubbles. All right, so we'll do this again. Also with our same pouch. Same kind of process, but this time maybe we won't be handling it as much. Maybe we'll line it up a little bit better. I'm only gonna peel what I need. Drop that in there, lay it down. I don't see bubbles here, but I'm gonna try to smooth this towards the opening. And if I don't see much debris, I'm gonna just run this through. Looks pretty good to me. I'll just let it go. And we're through. That's a better result on the big bubbles. I think. Yeah, I mean, it seems better, but there's still some. Obviously, if you have a full sheet of paper, that'll take care of it. And it's perfectly fine in the direct adjacent area where we would actually cut this down to. So it's really not that much of a concern. The closeness here is not all that impressive. And again, this is not the Vivor's problem. This is my precise needs problem, we'll call it. So the layer here does not join very crisply to the paper. And that's a bit concerning to me as well, because I'd like to have that adjoining. And on top of that, we're gonna be doing this with even thicker paper. That's kind of the goal. So let's try it with one of their sheets. Potentially the Scotch one is not the best fit. We could even try running it at a higher temperature setting, which would essentially just be going for 5 mil when we actually use 3 mil. On a kind of an automatic simple machine like this. Okay, so that's the sheet from them. Hopefully it's okay to kind of leave it there for half a second and untangle this mess that I've made by letting this adhesive strip catch onto my sheets. Dang nabbit. Okay. Very good. All right. It would have been a good idea to write down which sheets I was using, but this is Vivor Test 3. And we'll do this. This is with the Vivor supplied IED. Just read it. Yes. Sheet. Okay. Ideally, we'd use a smaller sheet because we're using smaller paper. But at the end of the day, what are you gonna do? What you gonna do? You either kill or be killed. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Oh, I never got on Vine, but I still miss it. Alrighty. let's feed this puppy through. This feels thinner. I'll just let it go. I feel like I should pick that up. I don't know if I should, but I feel like I should. It's kind of curling up out of the back. That was interesting. And it's through, and let's look at it. About the same kind of at the start where we have some bubbles. The texture on the paper is different. It's much finer bubbles, but still present. I guess I would take the finer bubbles. It wouldn't kill me if I had to choose. It seems as though the edge is a little bit tighter / less obvious to see all the way around. So it seems like this is thinner, and that's kind of, maybe it formed a little bit tighter. What is interesting though is it seems like we have micro bubbles trapped, or we didn't fully adhere between the two sheets. I don't know if pressing on that is helping. No, definitely not. The clear sections are much clearer than the clear sections on the Vevor supplied material. It does definitely feel thinner. This total feels like one sheet of this, I can imagine would feel like. So it's thinner than the 3mm, or I have really thick 3mm, like heavy duty 3mm, I don't know. So those are some interesting results. What I think I've accomplished with all of this is knowing that straight laminating is not gonna work for me, for my particular process. But dang, it sure do laminate quick and good, seemingly. So I guess props to Vevor. This seems to work quite well. Let me turn this off. Interesting. So it has a cooldown cycle where it keeps moving these rollers. Nice peel, glossy plastic underneath. Keeps moving the rollers as it cools down, so it doesn't just sit there and overheat. So we were able to accomplish in about 20 seconds what we took 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes to do with the iron. So this is a really big improvement. Obviously well worth the minimal investment, but we're not getting the results that I wanted. In fact, I'm actually getting better results in terms of clarity here on the iron way of doing things versus on the laminator. Now, would a different laminator do better? Maybe one that's designed for photos, has more rollers, more heated rollers. I don't know for sure. But I do think that was kind of an interesting comparison, and I now have a office grade laminator that seems like it will do half decent. So let's stack up all of these tests that we now have. Put those to the side. This is still cooling down. I'm not gonna unplug it until it has stopped making noise. I hope it stops making noise at some point. Yeah, it seems like the user error is somewhat minimal on an automatic device like this. I want to take it apart, if I'm being honest. I'm curious. I want to know how many rollers heat up. What if it's like just one hot roller, but they advertise 4 rollers? Like that, you know, that could kind of be a knock to them. Maybe I can glean some construction details out of it, just how it looks, if it's any things that seem like they're designed to fail. That's a giant pet peeve of mine. We've messed with that already with fans. It's still going over there. I appreciate you find the information useful, Ziggy. So it does still feel warm to the touch. So I guess technically it's probably doing things. I can kind of see like a little scrubber in there. I think we'll just let this chill for a minute, and maybe we just come back over here. Let me blow my nose real quick, and then we'll look at the agenda board to see what else we've got. Okay, so what I've got written down are a few different things. We've unboxed so far and compared, so we got that done. Then we ended up with something else arriving. I have updated about the laminator, which, then one showed up, so that's fairly convenient. I don't think we'll dive into that. That was kind of a just writing it down. We could potentially break out the laser and look at a few different things, which I think is kind of the trend of a lot of what I've done is, hey, we'll mess with the laser and then we get so far into the weeds with everything else. But it would be fun to do something with it. So I think I will endeavor to open this window and get my vent set up. It is probably no warmer than 20 degrees Fahrenheit out there. So it's very cold. And that's gonna suck. For sure. I'm a little bit reluctant to do it, but I think it is time to establish a process there because we need to be able to use it from time to time without freezing our butts off. So I think I'll just work towards that and kind of keep chatting to you guys about what's going on. I really do have some boxes to get out of here now. I think I'll just do that. Get these out of here. Get out of here. Okay. Let me check on my tabs, my friends. Cool. Still looking good. All right. So I have a vent next to the laser engraver. Where has my remote gone? Here it is. I'll bring it. Oop, go the other way. That's the laser engraver. This is an Com Marker Omni 1. It's a UV laser engraver. The laser part is up here. It sends a defocused beam into a galvo head, which is a combination of mirrors with specialty motors on them, galvo motors. And then it goes through a special lens that projects and focuses it down to a plane. This allows for an incredibly fast operation as long as your material can be damaged in the amount of time that you move the laser across it. So it scans incredibly quickly. It can oscillate incredibly quickly as well, which is really, really cool. But obviously you get smoke, you get particles, so you need to vent that. So I have a big old 6-inch vent, 6-inch inline duct fan or vent with a variable speed. I think it's a DC driven motor. So there's a DC rectifier. So it's fairly quiet for what it is. And then that runs into this insulated duct. And the reason it's insulated is because that's the way you get plastic duct. Aluminum duct is fine for heat exhausts and humidity, like a dryer vent, but it has little microscopic holes. So if you're venting smoke with it, you are going to fill your space with smoke, very slightly. It also has insulation on it because that's what the hardware store had. And it was cold. So I was like, okay, I'll use this. I used to have an intake side and an exhaust side. So I had a separate intake hose that would like bring the intake air close to this. So it was just circulating air from outside, kind of relatively close. I'm not doing that now. That would be ridiculous. But obviously we have a hose that runs up over the door frame, and it's connected to the same thing this camera is connected to, which is a bar. It's called a varipole. And we have a second one that you can't quite see. If you look through those other 2 bars, there's one at the very back. That's what the curtain's hanging off of. There's another varipole back there. It's another accessory mount, basically. But it's very convenient. It lets me rig off of something above my head without having to mount anything. It just has soft mounts and it just pushes wall to wall or floor to ceiling. So they're super handy. So we'll get this bad boy plugged up to the window, I guess. So still the VVOR is make a noise. I'm gonna hit the power button one more time. Oh, now it says cold, and it's flashing cold. So I think it was still on a pre-warm-up mode, but it wasn't set to a specific setting. I don't know. We're learning. But now it's showing me things. It was still making noise for a while, so. This shelf is on wheels, which is kind of amazing. It's a newfound love of mine, wheels. And we need to roll it out slightly to get access to the window, but I need to find a way to prevent the backflow that we've been getting. We're still gonna get backflow. If you're evacuating air from a space, air is going to move into a space. You can't stop it unless you die. If you were inside of a giant vacuum chamber, you would, well, there would be oxygen. Eventually the pressure could get so low that your blood would start to boil, and you'd die. Your body would not be able to push foam around instead of blood. So not fun, but in the reality of things, houses are not perfectly well sealed. So if I exhaust air out of this room, air will return into this room from elsewhere in the house. So I'm displacing air and I'm getting that same air back, but now it's cold. It's coming from somewhere, it has to be outside because that's where I'm putting the air out. So kind of annoying, but if I could control it like I did a little bit better job of before, you can tell and control where that air is coming from. and do different things with it. There are also heat exchangers for like residential grade and even commercial grade applications where your outgoing exhaust air exchanges its heat with the incoming cold air and vice versa. And it kind of helps reduce the energy loss from the air you're evacuating and the energy that needs to be consumed to heat up the air that's coming in. Again, we're not doing that, but we're gonna try to keep the fan running kind of low. Is basically the solution here. So there will be a full width window open, and this doesn't cover the full width. So my plan is to kind of put some foam in to block it. I think I might sneeze in a second here. I'm trying to give a fair warning. So I've got some random bits of foam kind of prepped to jam up the window. But I will just slide on back. And does that open? It does. All right. Windows open. Desk some cold air. I've got... Man, why did I think that was gonna fit? The hell? Ooh, I about knocked that over. That's glass. I think if I combine these two, we might be okay. But that's gonna suck. Hang on. Do I have other solid pieces? So I wrestle with this hose. So I've got a bunch of panels that I've cut prior, and I've used these as like different filters on one of the intake sides. The best I have is a perforated one, which would be the same size as what this is, but that's not gonna stop very much air, is it? I'm gonna guesstimate how much this can overlap. That actually might not be too bad. I'm gonna try to cover this quickly while we kind of have the curtain holding that for us. I guess I'll just throw this foam on there. And how do we want to do that? I don't feel like glue stick would work, would it? Can you even see me? No, you cannot. There we go. Hot glue gun would probably work better here, but ain't nobody got time for that. So I'll just push that on for a sec. Let go. Hey, maybe. Let's put like a whole freaking glue stick on here. Make sure we get the edges. Nice overlapping swirling pattern. The room is slowly filling with cool air because I did not close the window after I left. Go me, smart me, yay me. It's not using as much glue stick as I expected. I'm actually a little bit disappointed. I'm trying to think about how to apply pressure to this. I guess I could stand on it. That might work. All right, we have officially glue sticked this foam. Can we cover all these? Yes, just about. So we'll do the middle, just in case it doesn't fit into the frame all the way. And then I'll put this on the ground Put my water jug on it. Do I have heavy things otherwise? Beyond your mom. Who said that? I do have this. That's not very heavy, but we'll put it on there. Okay, call that good. Need to head off now, but you hope you can catch me again sometime. I appreciate that, Ziggy. Thanks so much for dropping in. It's lovely having you here and lovely meeting you. Have a good night, I'm assuming. Sleep well. Enjoy your the rest of your Sunday. I'm still guessing, but enjoy your weekend. Have a good one. See ya. Excuse me, that was not. I can't say that about your mom. Okay, I'm gonna dodge this one. The laminator's still making noise. Let's look at the laminator, guys. Dodge that one. I'm not ending, no. That was Ziggy was signing off. Okay, so it says a flash of the cold, and I don't understand it. Now it I had to press off 3 times. So maybe I turned it off, on and off. I don't know. Anyway, Bang says, thank goodness. No, I'm still going. I must. But I will probably plug my phone in. Poor thing is getting low. Bong, we are setting up to install the vent in the window for the laser engraver. And then we'll be doing some design work in laser CAD. Yeah, not really CAD, but a laser program. So that might kind of be up your alley. I'm gonna hope that this glue stick is dried. Oops. Give you guys the view. There we go. So we sealed off the holes on this. Hopefully this will plug into the window decently. I'm actually kind of impressed with the glue stick. Seems like, I mean, it'll block a draft. It's about all we need. I'm looking to see if I've got any tape that I can just grab. Because I kind of planned to tape things, but we got just some paper tape. So let's see. I'm going in. All right. So I've got to stick this, I think, to give you context for why this is kind of being dramatic. It's like 10 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Very well negative Celsius. So I'm trying not to lose all of the comfort and warmth in this room by having this window open more than it needs to be. I'm also trying to block off the exposed part that is normally there. Okay, we might have had a good little success there, my friends. All you hear is heavy breathing. However, that's mildly annoying. Okay, bit drafty, but we got curtains. I think that's a success. So that's actually halfway decent. We did it. So the Vivor did turn off. Yay. I think we were also planning on opening that. Crocs and socks, dude, that's a 6 combo. I need to do that. These aren't just any socks. By the way, this is for free. You don't have to pay for this foot. Look at them socks. It's a merino wool sock. They're very breathable. It's about the only way you can wear Crocs and socks is with very breathable socks. But yeah, they're not in sport mode or anything. I'm not getting crazy out here, but they're halfway decent. They're very comfortable. Okay, well, before we start up the laser, since I got everything set up behind me, we're gonna open up this laminator. Take a look at it. You have little faith in my balance abilities or my walking abilities, apparently. Just assuming that they looked exactly like grippy socks? No way. They are not grippy socks. They are just very nice, moisture wicking, breathable running socks with padded tabs, I will have you know. Well, I can tell you our phone has not charged very much, but I'll just plug it in over here. Ooh, we got a power cord. So I'll bring you guys back over here, and I will get the chat up over here. And then I'll figure out how the heck I'm gonna take this thing apart. I need my remote. And that ought to get us started for now. Okay. I think that is relatively good. Let's get our top-down view now. Sweet. And I'll just move some of this out the way. Out the way now. Actually, that is headphone stuff. That should go over there. Oh, like that. That. I only had a chance to show your dad exactly who Phi is. Bong. It wasn't when my foot was in the air, was it? That would be really embarrassing. No, okay, thank God. This is Phi, the silly American. Me with my foot straining with my foot in the air. Okay, we're gonna open this up and take a close look at it. For my sanity, I think I want to take this back deal off first. Kind of expected that to be easier. Not gonna lie, I think that comes off later. I'm probably gonna forget to put that back. That's probably what's gonna happen. So it's still a little bit warm to the touch. We had it running for a little while, but I think I ran it through the cooldown cycle, and it is obviously unplugged, so no shocky. I'm desperately trying not to touch the piano gloss black at the front because it's going to have fingerprints all over it, but you know, what can you do? So getting access into electronics. It's usually done from the underside. They try to hide all kinds of stuff, but you're also not just looking for the obvious screw holes that may exist, but you also want to feel under stickers in case they've hidden one under here. I sort of feel something here, but I don't know that it's, oh, this is gonna be terrible. I don't know that that's the hole that I'm feeling or not. Moving swiftly on. What's up, boobs? Welcome back in. But I'm seeing this panel here too. I'm imagining we have the corners with screws. We probably have something in the middle too, unless it's just a clamshell and it kind of clamps in. But I'm assuming there's something underneath here. So we're gonna have to figure out how to get that off. which I think I'm just gonna gently vacate everything that was in there. Time to get some gloves. That is really what I need. I need some like those fancy white gloves that people in a museum would have. Oh, I touched it. I can't show you that. You guys are gonna dox me with my fingerprint, but it's smudged. I've hecked up. Now, that didn't even look scratched. See, that's why you don't do gloss black plastic. Okay, take a look in there. I don't yet. I don't see an obvious way that this connects. But I feel like I see a spot that needs removed. I think that might actually be a tab up here. Yeah, so we got a tab here. So this is the bottom section at the front. There is a tab that holds up through here, a little divider. You know, I do have, yeah, I do have like that style of gloves. Neoprene, not the alternative to latex. I do have those. So, I don't see any screws for this part, so I'm just trying to establish, okay. We're getting the pry tools out, guys. This is a very old iFixit toolkit, but you can find dupes of this for cheap. You can find even their own stuff for pretty reasonable. This company makes a ton of guides and really high quality tools for electronics repair. If you're ever needing something, they sell all kinds of kits. This was like a 64-bit kit plus some other stuff years and years ago. I would have died if I didn't have it by now. I've taken a lot of stuff apart. All right, we are just trying to get into bitch. Oh fuck, why'd I say that? Get in this thing. Watch me like get through this panel here and then realize I didn't need to. Like the screws would have been fine on the outsides. You upgraded your PS5 controller with a kit, replacing the sticks with Hall effect sensors. Fuck yes. That's my shit right there. That's some exciting shit. That's gotta be awesome. No more stupid drift. You got so much more resolution. That is the way to do it. Well, shit, I'm being outsmarted by this. You need to do it with your Switch too. Okay. Do you just have this first Switch? Yeah, the second Switch. The Switch 2, I think, is Hall effects. They've got all that haptic stuff too. 3D haptic. Well, I am being bested thus far by a panel that I don't even know if I need to remove. I just think I do. So, in an effort to save face, we're gonna try to do other parts of this. I just realized my screwdriver, I don't know where it is. So I've got the kit. Which has the very large assortment of screws and bits. Yes, words. But it doesn't always reach into larger appliances because it's made to fix phones primarily. So that's where your normal screwdrivers come in. And I think I've got one nearby. I'm hoping I put it away properly. But now we look. Now we look. Where the heck did I put it? We do have this odd screwdriver that came with a 3D printer. Ah, that's gonna work for us. That's all I need. Oh, I need somewhere to put screws, so we'll do that. Companies need to go back to Hall effects. PS3 had Hall effects, and that's why. Oh, yours are still intact from then. Okay. They really do. Unless there's like an actual better technology. But yeah, a magnet and a magnetic field reading switch are such a great idea. Like there's so many, good design. That's what that is. Only equipment you were missing, was the soldering iron. Yeah. You had to, yeah. Had to use your friends or go over there to have their help with that. Absolutely. But you'll run into another project, I swear. Another repair project, and you're gonna want to get your own eventually. They're not too bad. You can get some pretty cheap ones. I don't know if you live near Harbor Freight, but that's kind of where I've gotten my solder paste. I've at least got, it's not lead free. It is leaded solder, but it's perfect for electronics stuff. Okay, I think I need to invest in some longer screwdrivers at some point. I about lost that. I got really lucky. Yeah, prefer customizing your own stuff. That's fair. Well, we only got 1 out of 4 screws out. That just wanted to drop out, so that's a bit annoying. Oh, there they go. Okay, so I've pulled the top rear loose a little bit, and it looks like it separates at the glossy plastic, so I'm gonna use a plastic pry tool to try to help it up. It seems like it wants to all come up. I'm gonna pull this guy out now that I can separate that. And there we go. Okay, I just had to kind of get in there a little bit. So this has a little ribbon cable, which goes to a little daughter board. Out, has a retaining clip. So it might be kind of a 2-hand deal. It does also 2 screws on it. I could just remove the board. But I kind of want to just quickly get past this. There it is. Okay, that's the top panel off. This is just a couple pieces of plastic with the daughter board, some spacers to prevent the paper from escaping. Nothing really to write home about. It says it's ABS with a 7. I don't know my plastic codes. Maybe somebody else does. Cool. So there's that. Got our cable. The inside of this is very, very simple looking. This is still the front, so we'd feed into this. I like this Band-Aid type tape. That's still a bit warm. That they use. It was on the front holding the door shut. It just looked like they put 2 Band-Aids on it, but it's some kind of fiber, brown fiber tape with adhesive. It's actually kind of nice, but let me try to acquire the rest of these screws before I absolutely lose them. That's 3 out of 4. There's our 4th. So yeah, 4 screws. Not bad. I was expecting a lot more. I should have used brain and realized that the screws don't go all the way through this middle part, because paper goes through there instead. So we've got a little DC motor. I call it little. A DC motor over in this bottom right corner, which is for you top left. That is geared down through a little gearbox on the side, which is metal so far. We seem to have some heaters that run here. I'm seeing 2 kind of cartridgey looking things, and they've got wires running to them. On this back side, it looks like the wires run down to what I assume are 2 more. So I'm assuming this top part matches what's underneath. Then it's encased in aluminum, which will help conduct the heat and spread it out. Aluminum is really good at spreading heat. It's not the best conductor of heat, but it does spread heat really well. We have a little thermal sensor embedded in the aluminum here, inside of a temperature resistant sock. That's actually kind of cool. Yeah, looks neat. I'm trying to find the 4th roller that they claim to have. But while I'm in here, I see a little bit of dust on my roller, so clean that off. These are rubber, grippy. They're at the very back. Aha! So, looking at the gears here, I see a gear kind of aligned underneath this center rib, where the screws interface, and the same below. So that's our other 2 rollers. Reminds me of a time when I see a gear motor, always thinking how I can insert this into your Beyblade. Hell yes. Hell yes. That sounds like so much fun. So I think what we got is 2 rollers that are heated up at the front. Makes sense. With these 4 cartridges, something's hooked up in parallel. There might be 2 cartridges in series, and the 2 sets are parallel to each other. I can't quite tell how it's wired, but I'm seeing what looks like 2 feed wires and not 2, like a feed and a return. That would make sense to have something paralleled so you get your even heating, at least in my brain with what little I know about it. I'm wondering if this is an optical sensor. Here, I kind of want to peel the tape up and see. I guess I can zoom in for you guys. Let me look at my actual live preview. Whoops. That's reasonable. Okay, so I'll run back through that quickly. We have a motor over here. We have a metal gearbox that feeds out. There are plastic gears on these rollers, but it distributes out the force to the rollers. We have heater cartridges across here. We have 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom. They're encased in aluminum, which will help conduct the heat and transfer it to the roller, I'm presuming, or to the actual material. There's kind of this aluminum profile that's kind of rounded up at the front here, which is back for you. Don't scare me like that, Bong. Gosh. Can't give you sea legs on land from that. Then we have our rubber rollers at the back. I'm assuming it's the ceramic style rollers. I'm not too familiar with them, but that's what they say. On the inside here, we have a thermal sensor laid into the aluminum channel here with a little sock, heat sock on it. I'm assuming this is an optical sensor so that it can tell when paper is there. So I'm just gonna peel this Band-Aid up. Yes, it is. So it's got 2 LEDs, like an emitter and a receiver, probably like an infrared LED, and then some type of photodiode to receive it. What's interesting is there's a sheet on top. I wonder if that's an infrared film, almost like an actual film strip, and it's filtering out visible light, but letting through infrared. which is the opposite of what film strips do, actually. But I'm not going to remove that. Obviously, it's there and it worked. So I don't want a stray light to make it think it's running or something later. Looking at this further, we've got 4 screws in the corners to be able to lift up this mechanism. We've got wires. We have our power feed in. At the bottom, we have a pretty thick wire that feeds in, and there's a few tap-offs here. So yes, this is parallel. Okay, wait. Maybe. Don't know. might be a return. A feeder and a return there. Not totally sure on that yet. But let's go a little bit deeper. I do get a little reluctant sometimes getting too crazy into some of these teardowns, just because it's my stuff. Don't want it breaking. All right, I think we can get at this with a little bit easier to use screwdriver. I think we're still framed somewhat decently. Come on now. We need tweezers. Get our screw out. There we go. Scalpel. Or in this case, water jug. Okay, next screw. Yeah, I need to find some nice, decent quality, long screwdriver bits that can go in a gun of some sort. Drill, bit driver, whatever. Pardon me. That should go on the shopping list. Okay. Got that done. I'm gonna unplug my phone. Don't need to fully charge it. Let's see if that's enough. I'm sure the cables and things are gonna catch. But that is. All right, so what I've got now is a couple connectors to remove, which I'm happy to see. So I can disconnect the motor, and I can disconnect this little reed, optical reed switch from the main board down here. Which is, the angle is a little bit difficult to get at. Okay, surely that's loose. There we go. Okay, this whole component comes out more. I don't know, completely out now, because we have crimped connections up here that I don't want to remove. So we can at least look at this closer while it's still warm. The bottom is very much the top. Big surprise there. So the gearing mechanism over here on your left, viewed from the bottom, I guess, is we've got our metal gearbox, which I'm assuming has metal gears in it. To get at that, to separate that, would mean completely disassembling this whole thing. So I think we're just gonna leave it as is. But it does have some laser etch on the exterior there. I'll just try to get that closer for those that nerd out about such things. And I'll also try to read it off, the relevant stuff. It's a YS46322GR395-600-2415. This is a DC 24 volt. 15 plus or minus 10% RPM. Does that mean 1500? I can't imagine it's 15 RPM with a gearbox. That's no sense. And then there's also like a model number, 20250901 on there. It does have a little ferrite choke on there. I guess it picks up some electromagnetic interference, and they've got that in there to... Maybe there's back EMF? It's not back driven though. Yeah, I guess they're just worried about signal issues. Weird. We can see the underside of our, where the little cutout is for our paper read switch optical deal. There's that. There's our actual optical guy. Bring this a little bit closer. Right there. The main board is under there. There's not really much to see. The front panel that I was trying to take off might have been held down by a screw here, which is kind of ironic. One screw and one tab, and then presumably some tabs around the outside. So that's kind of funny. Power comes in up here, feeds into this board. That's all one piece. Clever, clever. I don't want to dig too far into that. I also don't know much about PCBs and layout stuff. I see a chip in there that has a heat sink on it, so I'm assuming that is something to rectify the AC down to DC. Let me try to get you guys a little bit of a peek in there. With everything being upside down, this is hard for me to configure. I don't think you guys will be able to see that. But yes, there's something in there to take the 120 down to 24 volts. I imagine the heaters still run off 120, and then the motor and maybe the electronics run off the 24 volts DC. So, interesting. I'm happy to see a metal gearbox, to the point of being impressed, actually. And it's kind of cool to see the inner workings of this. There's a steel, this is like a galvanized steel plate. There's like an extrude, this is sheet metal, but in there it's like the really dimensionally accurate steel. It might be really thick sheet metal. Yeah, I think it's just sheet metal that's precisely formed, but it could just be like a centered and stamped kind of thing. So anyway, we'll start putting this back together. So I'm gonna drop and plug in something that's actually not, I unplugged something on the back and I called it the optical switch. Now I need to know what this is. I'm assuming, oh, it's probably a temperature related. It is. I'm gonna put that back. It has springs on it. Springs under the wings of the screws. Galvanized square steel with screw he borrowed from his aunt. If you know, you know. With the screws he borrowed from his aunt. Galvanized square steel with... I don't know. Is this something I've said? Or is this a TV reference? I'm not hip with it like them kids are. Not that you're a kid, but you're more hip than I am. I'll send you the video. Okay, thank you. All right, plugging the motor back in. Getting things lined up, making sure we're not trapping anything. Routing wires kind of ways that make sense. That's pretty close. I think we're supposed to catch this over that. That still looks isolated, right? Getting nervous when there's just loose terminals like that. So a lot of times in electronics repair, not that I have that much experience, but I've seen enough to know that it's rarely something unsurmountable. For instance, the little bitty tabs that the wires run to on this motor could eventually break off. They could be poorly welded, well soldered. All sorts of little bitty things could go wrong that are really easy to fix. You just have to take it apart and see. Sometimes stuff isn't well documented, but this is super simple. A lot of these things are meant to be as simple as possible because that's what's cheapest. So if it's not a phone, you can probably take it apart pretty easily. Film yourself doing it, or take pictures. Get a little screwdriver kit. Try not to break it. You know, don't pry on things that don't seem like they want to be pried on. And then just be careful when you put it back together. You'll probably be fine. You can fix a lot of shit. A lot of stuff that's destined for the landfill, like that fan. Was it last stream? Stream before last, I think. No, maybe last stream. It was a rubber component that was meant to contain grease, and the grease dried out. So then the fan would stop working at its lower speeds, and it started making a lot of noise at its second speed. So I didn't use it for years and years. I could have just taken it apart and cleaned it out, put a little grease in. But I thought it was more complicated than that. So I was waiting. I was going to order a ball bearing, make myself a little bearing block, do it proper like. I don't need to. The rubber's still good. Okay, so we've got our connections made underneath. I've tried to lay back the wires where they were, making sure nothing's pinched. That is a fire hazard. We just need to drop our 4 screws back in there, which should be quite easy with magnetic screwdriver. Make sure you got the right screws. Pretty easy if you keep them separate as you go. Thanks for the follow on TikTok, Bomb. Appreciate that. I'll eventually start doing things on there. But I have like 4 followers on there and I've never posted a single thing. But I do actually have a lot of short form stuff on YouTube that I could just transfer over. And make some specific brain rot. Not brain rot, but more attention retentive editing. That sounds kind of weird. All right, one more screw to go in. The slight challenge of it is that we're going past the DC motor, which has a magnet, which is stealing away the screw. All right, are you done? Okay. Making sure these 2 are snug. So I think I'll just use tweezers to get this placed, and then I'll use my non-magnetic screwdriver to start it until it's not easy anymore, and then I'll finish this off with the good screwdriver, to be sure. Okay, we'll zoom back out here, and we'll mount the top shell, which will be loading on our... Actually, I want to see those buttons, what they've got going, because they don't press in. It's like they're capacitive touch. So it seems easy enough. Maybe. Whoa, whoa, okay. There's that. Look at that little guy. That's a lot more involved than I expected. Got these little weird funnel thingies. And then all kinds of, you got your little beeper. I know that's a beeper. That there's a capacitor. Some of these LEDs. Resistors maybe? I don't know what the little doodads are with the 102 on them. They could be tiny capacitors maybe. It makes sense to be a resistor though. Oh, it says R6. Those are probably resistors for the LEDs. So they run at the right voltage or something. And then there's maybe little capacitors here between the runs for this. I'm assuming these somehow react to your hand, your finger getting close, like the capacitive type thing. The capacitance changes when your finger gets close because it's a thing. And then I'm assuming that's a little microcontroller to do the thinking part, the really, really hard stuff. The brain. But try to center that up for those that care. No, I did bad. Yeah, whatever. You got a chance. You have to use your hands to rub them together to charge them. Yeah, it won't read unless you rub your hands together. Yeah, that was weird when I pulled that apart because the little springs made kind of like tinkling sounds, and I thought I was like ripping apart some kind of ribbon cable or something. So that was nerve-wracking. How about the smartest cookie? Thank you. You're plenty smart. All right, gently putting that back together. Making sure I've landed that where it should be. So it seems like behind the clear part, there was a hole, and that's what the little speaker went into. So it was able to scream at you. The weird thing is this seems like it's, when it mounts flat, it's at an angle. So I'm just trying to see that and make sure it ain't weird. It's fine though, seems like. Okay, now we can put this back on the top. And zoom out. She believed me, I know sarcasm, dude. She says she knows sarcasm, but she says kidding every single time. Like, I don't know sarcasm. So, which is it? All right, just plugging in the little front panel guy, doing a quick think, making sure I kind of have everything put back. Tucking away the wires out of the way. And counting screws left, we don't have more than we should, so that's good. We do have to add in our rear parts, so I did big brain and remembered. Yay me. So that seems to just drop into each side and fold back. Very nice. Okay, then I need to kind of peek Make sure I'm not gonna jam this ribbon cable down underneath the screw. This part does not fit down, so I think where I've tucked this wire, what I thought was a wire tucking spot is not. I think plastic has to go there, so I've untucked the tucking. And we'll see if that drops in there now. It is. Very nice. Okay, we'll flip this over. And we'll just drop our screws in. I think we are good to go. Meanwhile, I have opened my window with the vent because I was gonna start with laser stuff. I forgot about this part. So I've just been bringing cold air in here. That's nice. What in the heck? Okay. I was like, that's the longest screw. Oh, God. Why do I say things like that? That's the longest screw ever. All right. Terrible screwdriver. I've literally used this as a stake in a flower pot to like hold something up before. So it's like corroded. But it's what we have. So it's what we use. Come on. What the hell? I know I dropped a thing in there. There. That seemed more productive. There we go. Get this side now. And then I guess the ultimate test is to, I'm not gonna comment, just laugh. Fair enough. You always gotta plug the thing back in at the end and make sure it still works. That sounds sus too. I can't open my mouth without it sounding sus. Even that sounds sus, what the hell? I think I just have to power through it and hope nobody cares. Which I've been proven that everybody cares. So there we go. Slightly more smudged on the front, but fully put together. Let us plug it in. We got lights. We got a little zip zip, a little beep beep. We'll press on. It says cold mode. It's doing its roll thing. So maybe it's steady is cold, and then blinking is like it's not actually cold. Kind of only partly cold. But I'll hit mode switch to 3.5. Now it blinky blink. And a roll. So the motor's working. That's good too. I think all I really care about is just feeling some heat build up. And then I'll probably call it good on that. I don't think I need to really run a sheet through. I guess I could. But we'll see that goes steady. Oh, I guess we should test the switch, shouldn't we, to make sure. I can. Maybe one of the ones that came with. Why don't I'll throw my. I shouldn't throw my test one. Let's do test number the 8. We'll run test 8 through. Is that sensible? We're gonna do it. Okay, sensor works. I'll get my Sharpie ready to mark this that it's also run through the Viver so I don't look back and like, man, I should just do that. Okay. Do a little cleanup, tidying. Okay, that's so freaking fast. Like, how the heck are you supposed to do anything while you're waiting for it? That's actually, I mean, it's better than it was. It's working. I press the off button. It do a roll. I think last time it just did this for a while. So let me mark that I ran this through the Beaver. There we go. Good deal. We took it apart. We put it back together. Success. Look at us go. Please stop. Stop making noise. Man, I don't freaking know. Oh, it blinks when it's not cold. But it's trying to be cold. So blinky blink when it's hot. It's steady, not blink when it's cold. Bang. I didn't pick up on that one, but god damn. All right, I'm gonna let that cool off properly. Scoot over here. We are gonna mess with the laser next. So, move. There we go. There, laser. Man, it's colder on this side of the room. I freaking... Oh, there's air coming through that. Go figure. I could put a little rag over it. Yeah. Now not cold draft, maybe. Cool. We're gonna take a quick break. I need to use the restroom. And when we come back, we will do laser things. And I'll see you guys in a few minutes. I'll run ads while I'm gone. Sophie, use my cart. Thank you. Yeah, still going. There we go. No. Crop top shots for free. You guys gotta pay for that shit. So we gotta swap cams. Only heard the water hitting the sink, don't worry. Did I mute the wrong way? Was I muted the whole time when I was taking that thing apart and then not mute the other way? Nah. You heard me order pizza? Oh well. I kind of keep in mind that I might be wrong and still recording. Unless Bong is just fucking with me, which... Use my card, yeah. No, I definitely did not mute properly. That's fine. No, my wife likes to... I'm like, can we order food? And then she'll pay for it. I'm like, what the fuck? I said we should order, not you pay. Silly. Okay, so we are over on the computer and we're gonna get into the lasers. We have established our focus. She is very adorable. I'm lucky every single day. Super, super lucky. Let me grab my little phone stand. My desk is getting cluttered, but this is okay. So what we're gonna work on is, where's my preview list? Hello. I have a list of projects that I want to do. I also have another list. So I want to summarize those, get a list together, maybe organize a little bit, talk about what they are, what's kind of exciting about it, and then we're gonna design a system that makes cutouts for me, little squares with holes cut out. Here I go making the actual thing instead of using a laser for it. Go me. I have this little hole punch. Bah! Bah! And what the heck else did I need? Shit. Oh, the pin. Yes. That's all looking decent. Decent. Okay, good. Let me bring my glasses closer. Whoop. God damn. It's a well-oiled machine over here for live streams. I guess it doesn't really make sense to drop the wireless mic entirely, but we'll mute it and we'll go back to the OG so you guys can get a little good proximity effect. Okay, mute the other one. Alrighty, welcome in, guys. So, we've got our project list that we're gonna work on, and I don't want to turn the laser on until I have to because it's loud. So unlike in prior episodes and things where I just leave it running constantly for the sake of continuity, bad idea. Yes, so we're gonna do it like this. So the goal is to make some little sheets. I'm gonna decide on a standard distance between the holes, standard size for the holes, and then standard dimensions for the paper. Then I will pick out a project, and let me pick out one that I'm pretty excited about. Let's say large format video camera. So the idea is I'd maybe put it at the bottom. As a title. I'm literally going to run out of space. Okay. Like so. So kind of at the bottom, like you might do with Polaroid. So you'd have that. Maybe we also put like an outline. Yeah, we could do an outline here, like title of project, like project here with a little box indicating, and then inside of here, we could draw something about it, or something that maybe is more on the visual side of things. So let's say we've got a box denoting that. I'll put a little scribble suggesting that we have some text there. I'm going to draw another box that is separate, kind of going off the style of our time converter that has been so handy to understand someone in chat's ridiculous sleeping schedule. So that's kind of what we're thinking. And then I would maybe draw something about it. So the way I imagine this is kind of like a lens. I'll kind of try to do like an isometric view, but I ain't no drawer. So we have a lens, and that is hooked up to some kind of a board interface, some sort of interface to slot in probably. And then we would have a set of bellows that got wonky. Be nice to have a top-down view right here. Hang on. Smart Brain starts working now. So we'll call this position 1. No name dropping needed. And then I'll try to pan down. Hey, this is actually going to work. And we'll zoom in. How far down can we pan? Fuck, we got plenty of room. Okay. We'll zoom in there. I'll set this as position 3. Fuck. What the hell? Yeah, we want to save position 2. Why is position 3? Oh my god, just reset. This remote is a blessing and a curse. It can be very temperamental. I wish I had like a proper like HDMI switcher type size thing. Okay, I think we got it now. So if I press 2 over there, press 3. Okay, so now you guys can see me draw. Wow, incredible. Okay, so we'll have bellows like so. I guess that will connect. That'll be kind of the end of it. We'll just suggest that it gets larger because I don't know how to fit all this shit in there. And then at the back, oh, I lost my isometric. Fuck. How do draw? I cannot. Okay. So then the idea is that there would be a canvas type thing at the back. Fuck. Oh my god. Perspective. So image. I'm gonna just kind of suggest that there. Do some impressionism art there. Cool. And then this will be a box. So then we're gonna have our actual camera. How do you draw? We'll do this. Very simple. Box, lens. Yes. So this looks back at our canvas, which is being projected onto by our large format lens. So that technically actually flips. Wow. Are you guys impressed? Look at this shit. And then this is all sealed. I've clearly put so much thought into this project. We're good. We got it, guys. Allegedly human fi. I swear, man, you have some really neat gadgets. Thanks, dude. Thanks for dropping by. Picasso. Hell yeah. Okay. So yes, that kind of worked. So there's our drawing that I can't bring any closer because the light's not there. So is it backwards for you guys? No, it's right. Okay. So yeah, that's the large format project, but this is kind of what I'm thinking with this design. We'll have a standardized spacing here, and then we'll have room to draw something if we want to. Our title of it, and then on the back is our opportunity to write any details like bullet points. So I'll just suggest that with, okay, let's do another camera change. Yes, fuck yes, let's go. Okay, so bullet point, scribble, bullet point, scribble, bullet point, scribble, date, something like that maybe. So yeah, this is kind of just the proof of concept, prototype layout. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong thing. Oops. So we got this side. Let me zoom in again. Again, please. Thank you. So we have our front side, title and illustration. Then our back side would be details and maybe the date. Why is the date important? I don't have dates for these ideas. Maybe there's information to put on the back. So this is the concept. Little cards that we can put projects onto, or ideas even. Whatever you want, notes. But for me, we're gonna make this about projects. And then this can hang somewhere. I'll make some kind of little even the, not a binder, but like a little ring clip. You could clip a bunch of ideas together. But the idea is to get a physical representation of your inspiration and your goal. And then you can move them around physically. So you're able to hold a bunch, sort through them and say, that's the project I want to start on today. And you can pull that one out to work on it. Or if you're organizing a list, which is probably the biggest thing for me, is which one do I want to prioritize, and then which one do I want to do like after that? Because I have ideas. So that's the plan. But what I was also thinking is we have the opportunity to make two versions of this. Like apply a little bit of forward thinking to this, and thinking of if we made a bigger version, how can we integrate that? So if we have standard spacing here and this is 2 holes, why don't we have a third hole on the larger version? So it'd be even bigger, and the spacing is the same between the 3. It's kind of the thought. I guess we need to determine a good size. And this is, I mean, it's completely up to me what we do with this. I guess I'm going to use this black cardstock and a white gel pen. I like this combo. It's fun. It's like writing on a chalkboard. So we'll probably try to keep, you know, somewhat close to this format. Let me write on the back, bullet point, and then, hey, we set it up. We got to use it. Large. Okay, we've got a lot more room than I thought. And I do have a sharper, this is a 0.8 mil ball end. I do have one that's 0.6 or 0.4. Video. Am I calling this camera? Yes. Sorry. Camera. Okay. So that's about as small as we could get lettering. We could get a little bit narrower, but this is probably the longest title. You could always abbreviate too. So hard to decide for sure, but maybe we can make it work. I could also, center myself. There's nothing too crazy in the background. Make this the new position one. Why do you go back? Oh, it resets. I held it for too long. Silly. So if you accidentally press, this is on the OpSpot Tiny 2. If you accidentally press the program button, just keep holding it. It'll flash green and it resets to the prior one. If you accidentally press it, just keep holding it. So I pressed it once. Fuck, I don't know. It just did a weird thing. It's not important right now. So this is kind of the card we're working for. I've got calipers. I've got a little measuring tape, a ruler. This is going to be made in metric. I exclusively use metric if I'm working a process end to end. If I'm doing a process, making something for somebody else, then I will do whatever system they use. But in this case, I will do metric because it's easier for me. Divisible by 10, amazing. And no fractions. So we're at about 87 millimeters. And the length is 95. So I don't like the aspect of that. I'd kind of like to match a photo format. Let's see what format Polaroids are. It's the face I make when I'm trying to spell. Oh yeah, I butchered that. Okay, typically 3 point. What are you on? Google AI. Polaroid currently produces 5 main integral film formats. Oh. Some Polaroid prints are 2x3. 2x3, that's the same as 4x6. So if we could use... Oh, I hate aspect ratios. I forgot how much I hate those. If it's not an even number, like 80 millimeters by 10 millimeters, then trying to compute the ratio gets brain difficult for me. I kind of want to cut this down. I don't think this is the right size. I think it's too wide. So we just proved we basically need the width based on how tight I can write with the writing utensil I'm going to use. But still, form over function here. Even though I'm making like the most rudimentary basic thing. I like this format a little bit better. I still almost want it to be narrower. Or longer. So I almost wonder the width of that is damn near identical. So then just cut this free. Be free. Be free. So then this card is obviously too long. We don't need all that list room, but I'll cut closer. And now we have this shape. The fact that it's not squared off is actually really bothering me. I'm sad to say. It'll be perfect out of the laser, but too long. too long. Why am I doing this to myself? This is pretty close. I kind of like this. That is 70. Okay. Nice and round by 95. So I'm going to remove about 5 millimeters off the end. 7 by 9 sounds sexy. And yeah, now we're at 90. Dead on. Perfect. I like that. This is 70 millimeters by 90 millimeters. Nice round numbers. The only other things that we would have to standardize is the hole spacing, and then is the hole spacing. I don't think anything else actually. See if my scrap. Okay, so if this is our small version, we would want to bring that in. Probably center it like 7 millimeters in, and then do like a 5 millimeter hole. Okay. Kind of like that. Yes. Okay. I am going to take a quick break, guys. Eat some food. We've been going for quite a while now. Hang on. How long have we been up? 4.5 hours, just about. So I need some food. Get hydrated up and chit-chatting. But this is the project that we're working on. Did I throw the... I threw it away. I should have saved it. It'd be a nice little... No, I literally have other versions. But I can make a little display for the people coming back in to see what position 3. And then we'll manually adjust it. Tilt back. Tilt it back. That's what we got, guys. And then I'll just drop some text in. Did I delete my text layer? No, I didn't. We'll do BRB. Din. Din. Okay, I'll be right there. How about that? Okay, guys. I will be right back, and thank you, Bong. We will mute. Welcome back, everybody. A soda. Okay. I have eaten. That was tasty, tasty, tasty. So, now that I don't have somewhere to put my phone, just lay it on the desk. We're gonna get back to the project. This will be our format. We are doing 70 by 90. And we were thinking of laying that in from the corners. So I'll just, why don't we get our cool view here? So 70 millimeters across, and our 90 millimeters long. And then I'll probably do some layout to be sure where we want to put the holes. That could also depend on how big we want to make the next size. So do I have some scrap? I do have a piece of scrap. I'm kind of wondering if it's really worth making it all that much larger. You could also have the same two holes on a larger version or even a longer version. So I guess we'd bring it in. Let's hop in the program. Let's boot up our deal here. So let me figure out where I want to bring everybody. Put their preview over there. Put you guys up there. That way we can use a full screen. We'll get our program up. Let's go back to preset view. I think we would have to use our little webcam. All this always has to get set up on the fly, so I always forget what exactly I was doing. Why don't we just separate? Just watch the Twitch side. That's the good side anyway. Got a preview there. Audio is still going. And that's gonna get a little bit annoying. But we'll manage. So we'll bring in our Logitech camera. We'll bring up our screen. And there we go. We're in. Welcome in to the computer screen. So this software runs lasers of different types, but you also have some layout features. So you can actually design some things. You've got text, you've got vector-based things. You can drop in an image and convert it to a bump map. You can trace the image. That's incredibly useful. And then work it from there. So I think what we'll do is just drag ourselves a rectangle and we'll give it our dimensions, 70 by 90. Oops, we have to unlock our dimensions here. So now we have our aspect. I am curious how many of these we can fit. It looks like just 2. So I think it's Shift D to duplicate. Nope. Just replace that. Control D to duplicate. So we can get 2 there. Or yeah. It's about all we'll get for this size. Is 2 with the working area that I have on this lens. Okay. Not the best, not the worst. Better than 1, I guess. And I don't want to sacrifice. I don't want to make this like way smaller just to be able to fit more in. Come on. There we go. Okay, so this is our part. Is there a center? No, that's a mirror. Why did I click that? Oh well, we'll approximate. I think it's roughly in there. Red Hot Jelly! Welcome in. So good to see you. Things are great. So we're making things on the laser finally. We did all kinds of stuff this morning. We had oh wait. You'll be able to see this. Why don't I do... I'll just turn these 2 off. So we had set up behind us a little overhead shot. I'll just reset that. Where we unboxed some headphones, and then we unboxed, it actually like arrived as, I'm sorry, I'm down here. That was meant to be way slicker. I need to pay attention. We had a box arrive for a laminator. So we unboxed that too and looked at it. We ended up actually taking that apart, which was a lot of fun, and seeing kind of the components and the quality was kind of the goal. Is it as cheap as possible, or do they spend the money where it should count? So that was a lot of fun. And then I got harassed a little bit by somebody in chat. We took a couple breaks and now we're back. And we are working on something with the laser engraver. I'm trying to make these little cards where you would write down an idea, or in this case for me, projects. And you'd write at the bottom the project. I had a card that literally said it. There we go. We designed one before we cut it up. But you would draw out, you can't even see that. You would draw out a little bit of your idea and then put a title at the bottom. There'd be a couple holes punched in it, and then you can put all these details on the back. Was kind of the idea. So that's what we've kind of moved from. And now we've gotten the aspect ratio that we want, which will just be a standard distance so we can kind of remember it, make it easier. We've got the card size. Now we're going to figure out the hole pattern and getting those inset at a specific distance. And then we'll figure out how we want to lay out some etching so that there's kind of something to write within, like a boundary box, kind of like what's on this card. And we might even etch on like the actual project idea as kind of an additional step, because I have so many. This is one paper. I have 2 papers like this of all these different ideas. And the goal is to write them all down in like a Word document. So I have them all, go through and decide which ones are worth doing. And then out of that set, I'll make these cards. And hopefully by that process, I narrow down which projects are most worth it. And then once I have the cards done, I can sort through them and prioritize them. Or even when people drop in, like yourself, I can be like, this is my dream project. This is what I want to do. That's what we're doing. Finally, after 4.5 hours, we are completing the title of this stream. But yeah, we do projects usually on the weekends. You mentioned the nice workspace. Thank you very much. It's been hard fought getting this even as organized as it is. There's a lot more to do. But I'm able to do things in this room finally. It's been since the end of September. I've been in this room streaming and figuring stuff out. So it's been a blast, been an absolute blast. I hope you're doing well. I know things have been a little bit rocky here and there, so I hope things are looking up for you.
Okay, back in our program, we need to lay this out a little bit better. So I need a couple holes to punch. So we'll grab an ellipse. This would be 10 millimeters in. And just drop that and then make it 5 by 5. Oval kind of could be cool because it would, if the pin was smaller, it would like, the weight of it would like kind of center down. But okay, don't take this in a strange way. But somehow I didn't expect your voice to be so soothing, man. I'm all over the place with my personality and voice. Imagine people being just, you know, not hectic and chaotic. I appreciate that. I do get that a lot. It's fun to hear. I know it's true, but it's like, what happens when I talk, when I interact, I guess. So, it's fun. Everybody's like, you're the Bob Ross of X. Whatever I'm doing, it's like, you play Minecraft? He's the Bob Ross of Minecraft. I'm like, okay. Okay. It's a little too much cultural appropriation with that guy, but okay. I understand. He's chill. He's a man of his times, I guess. Not to give him an excuse, but... That was bang. I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, who was that? Because I've heard that from Stargazer too. Although I think she was like, is that Fi? I'm like, it's me. I mean, it's nice for me because some people can really overstimulate me when you watch them. Yeah. I totally get that. That's kind of why I'm leaning into it. I'm not like, we're not like, okay, guys, and today we're going to dimension this piece of paper 90 millimeters by 70 millimeters. No, that's not the point of it. But if it feels good to be chill, we will, not the ASMR, we'll stay chill. So a joke I have with Bong Scapi is that whenever she shows up in the chat, our joke back and forth typically is that we ask each other to say, it's free real estate. But I think that's evolving now to where when she shows up in chat, whatever she says, I have to work into a scenario where there is free real estate. So I hope you're up to the challenge too, Bong. I think that'd be really fun. I'll try it out at least for my side. But yeah, it is fun to mess around here. So we have our whole, okay, Bong's in, let's go. Let's do it. I can't figure out where to put my phone. My soda is where my phone should be. But soda stay, phone go. But yeah, we gotta lay out these holes. I do not get to let any innuendos slip by Bong. She's much too sharp. And then several other people that pop in chat are really perceptive, so I've become very self-aware of the things that I say. And I mean, we drill holes, we shove rope into things, like it's a workshop. There's some naughty sounding things that happen, and I'm always catching myself at the end. I'm like, God dang it. But to be honest, Fi, seeing you like this, I don't think my streams would be your cup of tea. Aw. But just be yourself. It's totally okay. You don't know what I like? What do you stream? I've seen, you had a couple clips last time I looked at your channel. It was a while ago. But it was good time. Good clips. What we do. That what we do. Let's see. Huh? Yeah, the thing is, it became so overstimulating, and I took a little break, but I might be back soon. That'd be great if you come back. I'll be there. I'll be hanging out in chat. I watch all kinds of streams. I'm not trying to be sus with that. I'm just saying. I'm absolutely going to watch your streams. At the very least, lurk. I lurk for my friends. Best I can do. Speaking of lurking, hang on. Got a lurk check here. Okay. Got one tab to drop. 3 people's still going. All right. Making it so hard not to make. Just make them, okay? We can all laugh about it at my expense. Helps me learn to be stressed constantly when I use words. Yippee, no sellouts here though. But just warning you in case, I don't care. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't watch. But yeah, if I'm chill on here, it doesn't mean I don't like chaotic yelling and screaming. So I do watch quite a few people like that. KG has similar vibes where he's pretty chill, but that's not all that I watch. I watch quite a lot of streamers. That's your whole shtick is overstimulation, basically. Fuck. Chaotic. We'll stick with chaotic. I'll use the words that are in chat instead of trying to alliterate. We got to have our gimmicks. Mine is extreme overproduction of everything. Just over the top until it breaks constantly, and I'm just messing with it. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Thanks for following, Jilly Bang. Appreciate it. Okay, dimensioning holes. That's probably what you were talking about. So we have our 5mm hole. This is, I'm just gonna have to keep going with this. You guys are gonna be having a field day. We'll duplicate that and bring that over. Since we have nice round numbers, this is actually gonna lay out pretty well. And I wanna see what this looks like if we just bring this in. That looks pretty good there, but whoop. Do we want to instead, so this is centering there. What if we make this fit? It's almost 5.5mm. That won't work. I guess we could just, I mean, we can count by millimeters here, so we could just bring it in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah, funny that I literally called that out before. Okay, we'll grab this. And what are we doing? 7 in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that should be 7 as well. All right, so why don't we cut this out? We'll get the laser going. We got some people that have been paying good money watching all these silly ads to see this laser in action. So we'll turn it on. Things get loud. Louder, I guess. The glasses, they are a requirement. The laser is invisible. So you wouldn't know you're blind until you just go blind. There's no no light for you to like close your eyelids and potentially block anything. So I do have, you guys probably don't need to see the laser setup in particular, so I'll just close these. We'll go to our second scene over there. I'm just gonna measure this and make sure we're still at the appropriate height, which we figured out on a previous stream. That was actually a lot of fun. We were doing like some microscope. I think the term's actually microscopy. Funnily enough, bongscopy. But we were doing some microscoping to determine the sharpest
image that we could get from this laser. And that was a lot of fun. I actually want to mess with that a lot more, that whole concept, but I need to weigh that down. Oh, I do have fresh paper. I mean, yeah, rather than not go blind. Totally fair. How did you figure out all the... My brain, sorry. How did you figure out you like to do all of this stuff? It's so interesting to see people talking about things they enjoy and are passionate about. Yeah. So I grew up making things, basically. And that was out... okay, Bong has a theory. My theory. He was the scary kid that took things apart. What the fuck? Okay. So I was a scary kid growing up, and I took a lot of things apart. The Russian Batman, dude. Oh, you sound like a Russian Batman, my dude. Thank you. So, I'll get to the story. Ish. My life story. Won't take long. Speaking of voices, I somehow was singing under my breath at work Friday. It was cold as shit. The song where it's the kids singing All I Want for Christmas is a Hippopotamus or whatever. All I Want is a Hippopotamus for Christmas. But I was like singing it in a bane voice. Which was hilarious. But yeah, I should stick to the point. I should. Tangents are my enemy. So, growing up, I had to fix a lot of things out of kind of necessity. Just figuring things out, like a door wouldn't close anymore. I was like, well, that's weird. So then I would adjust the door somehow. I'd like adjust the frame or even the latch and do all these weird, really cringy things now to fix it, like not using the proper tools because I didn't have them. But I basically just kept trying to get things to work better. And I did it like shit so many times that I eventually learned a better way and a better way and a better way. And then it got to the point where I knew how to do enough things that when something new popped up, I kind of knew what to do. I'd built up a skill set. And that's my philosophy now is I get into a lot of different hobbies. I watch a lot of different people's workflows and learn about their skill sets. And then I try to learn what I want out of that and then apply it to my own projects. So I could pull from my photography hobby to apply concepts to lasers to be able to streamline the laser learning process, in essence. Yeah, it sounds like a fun time, to be honest. It wasn't bad. I wouldn't do it any different. I certainly I made it out okay. Like it's a war zone or something. But right before ads, which are starting in about 2.5 minutes, let me frame this up for you guys. So there's a button that I click, which is frame. If I can get this to look over there, thank you. You actually won't see anything. I do actually need to make this a separate layer. Hold up. We'll just snooze the ads. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. That's a good time. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, don't listen to me, Bang. It's not worth it. I'm just dying inside a little. I've done that twice.
I've done that twice. I literally had someone just pop into chat that who's really, really fun to watch. And they just showed up in chat once, caught me murdering, I should clarify quickly, this was in a video game, pigs. And they called me out. They're like, what are you doing? Murder! And I meant to pause the ad so I could talk to them because the ad was starting in a few seconds. And what ended up happening is I clicked run ad. So then I was like, fuck. They're obviously not subscribed. So now they're watching 3 minutes of ads. Well, why don't I just get rid of the evidence of all these pigs, because there was 1 million pigs in a pen on a server. I was farming them for XP. It's diabolical, I know. And what ended up happening is those 3 minutes ran out. I didn't get very far, and this person came back in to see me just struggling to kill pigs as quickly as possible. And yeah, that's when the accusations started. They ended up clipping it, and now I have to go into their streams and try to clip all of their embarrassing moments so that I have ammo when they start sending that clip around. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's absolutely hilarious. There's nothing more fun than stuff like that pops up. But we'll get started for Bong. So, in the software, I can select all my shapes, and then I can click a layer. And it just sends it to that layer. And then I can punch in settings on that said layer. So we're cutting here. So I'm going to do a slow speed, 100 millimeters a second. We're going to do a halfway through its frequency range, which is 20,000 kilohertz. We're going to use a long Q-pulse width, which just means the laser is on for longer, basically, per cycle. So there's a lot of power output and moving slowly. This is for cutting. And we're just going to test the layout of this square, make sure that everything is kosher. So back over here at the laser, I will use a framing function, which, Bong, you've probably been here enough that maybe you've caught this before. But this essentially makes a box, which I think you can kind of see, which is the outermost dimension of the project that I'm working on. And I use this self-illuminating acrylic, which is taking in the UV light from the laser, and it's converting it to visible light, basically. And it helps me align the paper to make sure I've got everything right, which it looks pretty good. I use these little magnets kind of as weights to hold it down, because the paper can actually pry up a little bit. We have our vent in the window, so I'm going to turn on our fan kind of as low as I can, because it's going to pull cold air into the room. And we can only handle so much cold air. I'm getting old. Okay, now I can run start, or hit start, and we should see some smoke. So that's one pass. I'm going to look over here. No dice. So I guess we can also dial in our settings here. So that was one pass. It didn't do a whole lot. So I'm going to run a total of 3 passes this next time. Oh, and that was enough on a second pass? I guess I'll just hit stop. Damn. Okay. Thing's badass. Oh, well, the circle did it. Wait, no. Okay, it's peelable. It's peelable. Gimme. All right. Wrong button. There we go. So this was what we laid out. This is what we got. Now we have holes in the corners. The dimensions are accurate to within a fraction of a millimeter. Go figure. And this is the basic format of what we can work with. We can do some really cool things though. Back in the software, we can make this super easy on ourselves and stylize things. Like, you're gonna do this process once. It takes basically fractions of a second to do. Why not do it cool? So in the software, we can select a shape. There's a little box over here for shape properties, and there's a corner radius function. So I could literally just click it, and it adds in a radius of, it goes by millimeters. But yeah, I could just add a 5 mil radius, and then when that cuts out, it's rounded in the corners, which I like. So why don't we cut that out, and we'll use that as an opportunity to dial in our settings for a single pass cut. It got it loose on 2. So let's do about 40. Well, I literally typed the same thing I had. Wow. 40 millimeters a second. And we'll call this, yeah, we'll leave that as our line layer, and I'll just name this cut outline. Okay. Typically this would be like our last step, because we don't want paper to get loose before we start etching on it. But we're at the last step, so I made an irrelevant comment. All right, I've moved my paper up. I could actually show you that too. It's crazy. And I'll get my framing up again. Obviously, you could make a jig for all this to line everything, so that you're not wasting material very often. I probably should just have my hands there. I do wonder if I should wear sunscreen around this thing, but we're not going to worry that hard about it. Okay, we'll run this, which you guys can't see. I'm going to toggle this guy off and bring it all the way up. We'll do that. What in the hell? What have I done? How did I make my view smaller? Just reset transform. Okay. Very nice. Okay. There we go. So now we should be able to run this. Yeah, one pass is going to be good here, I think. Oh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. And you can probably see the smoke being drafted away. Oh, I'm doing 3 passes. God damn it. Well, we'll just stop that and dial that back to 1. Pull this out. And did I do that right? I did. Okay. And now we have this comparison, which is the rounded corner version, which if it was just 1 pass would be absolutely perfect, but now we have little loose strings because it kind of double cut. But yeah, this looks quite nice. And you could do this all sorts of ways. You can add in all kinds of shapes. You can cut out stencils. You can, as long as it's connected, you can have all these little details in there. The back side, interesting, does have a lot of smoke damage. I do have a like a honeycomb base. It's sheets of metal that are bent kind of in corrugations, and there's gaps between it, and it lets the smoke flow through. And then if you have an air assist, which my other laser does, then it blows the smoke through. Hey, welcome in, Mr. Gonad. We're playing with lasers. We've gone from prototype. Please tell me I kept this one out of the trash this time. Yeah. Welcome in. It's great to see you. I'll give you the rundown what we've been messing with. So the idea here is I've got a bunch of project ideas. I've got two sheets of paper. This is all the stuff I've pulled from my notes. The idea is to put those ideas onto cards. And in so doing, let me turn my fan off. In so doing, I have to filter through them and decide which ones are the best ones to go to that effort to do. The kind of initial design that we laid out here was a card with standard spacing on a couple holes. We'd have a lower section as like a title strip, kind of like how a Polaroid has the little handling portion of it. And then a space where you could drop an image on to etch, or you could draw something. And then you'd put notes on the back to fill out any details that you need. So that was kind of the mock-up prototype version. And then we found the dimension that we wanted. So we cut down a piece of paper, and then we figured out something that was very repeatable. We decided on 90 millimeters long by 70 millimeters wide was kind of a nice shape where you could still put some detail on it. And then we got it mocked up in the laser program and cut out our basic shape to verify, one, that the hole placement made sense, and two, that the settings were right on the laser for cutting. So we kind of been working on two parts at once. And then we also added a radius on this latest version that we just pulled out. So yeah, it's kind of what we're working on. The idea is you'd get these cards. You could, as long as the spacing is standard here, you could make a larger card that has the same spacing, or you can even have like a 3-ring system or 3 pins or something that would stick out, and you can hang these even larger cards. But we're going to stick with these for now. I'll go through my project ideas later. We'll write them down in just like a Word doc to get them off the paper, so I have a proper list. And we might be able to get an idea of what projects should go together, and then filter through that for the top projects I want to work on. Then those go on the cards, and then once I have physical objects, I can lay them out, I can show them to people, and I can layer them by priority, and then I can hang them on future project hanger type thing. So that's the project, that's the goals. Yeah, a little design iteration live. Good time, good time. Hope you're doing well today. I will quickly check my lurks. Good. We have another friend. It's quite late for you, isn't it? My goodness. Let's redeem that. And go back to my view. What? Bang. What'd I say? All. Another thing we've done recently, Mr. Gonad, is make a string on there. Let's zoom in. Actually, this has been on your Discord, I believe. I could be wrong. No, I think this is on your Discord. Yeah, you've seen this. But we've been working on this too. The little time converter, and since we have a comment about time in chat from somebody that should be asleep right now but is not, it is 5 o'clock for me, which is 1700, which is midnight. No, this is the wrong sheet. That's not right. Which is 1 a.m. You should go to sleep. I know you don't. You're staying up until like 5 a.m. as you do. But that's what that's for. It is. Bong Scoppy, who's in chat, is in South Africa. I can never keep the time straight, and she keeps really weird hours, so I like to be able to tease about what time it is, and then Oh, you just got up. So oh, maybe you and Bong are kindred spirits and stay on the American schedule. Why am I so zoomed in? I'm sorry. It is a type of tartan, but tilted at 45 degrees. So are you, okay, so are you doing one of those sleep schedules where you, what is it? Where you like sleep a few hours and then get up and sleep a few hours, not trying to get 8 hours in a row kind of thing? Or is, you just go until you collapse every day? Okay, that's very real. That's very real. Well, that's awesome. I mean, why not? Means you're working hard every day. It's great. It's great. So 11 p.m. I've heard your accent. So yeah, guessing UK region. At least Greenwich Mean Time 0. So Noisy Laser has gotten more noisy because now it's fully warmed up and it's actually having to kick some heat out of there. So let me drop this view. We'll hip hop back in the software. And now we're going to start laying out formatting, which we could do a couple different ways. I think it'd be nice to have kind of an inner shape. So before I get too far, let me actually I'm going to draw down the dimensions and everything that we've done. Better yet, let me save this project. Call it idea card. If I could access, if I knew where it was, I have a little note. I call it a note wallet. I'm not sure if it's technically called that, the video I was inspired by, but it takes loose sheets of paper and you have a structure. It's like it's as if a book was a box, but one thin strip on the side was open, like one side was open, and you could fit sheets of paper in there. You can take a sheet out, lay it on top, which is a surface you can write on, and then you'd have a little binder clip that you can clip down to hold it, and you write your ideas, and then you can take it out and put it back into your little box. It's really cool because you don't have to, it's very free form. You can write anything on any piece of paper that you have in there. It can come out of the book. You can bring new things in with you, like something to work with, receipts. I don't know. It's a cool idea, and that's kind of how this idea came about. But I needed to mention this real quick. So we will hit the button, and we don't have the cam. There we go. Let's do this one. Okay. So we've got our dimensions here, which are 90 millimeters by 70. And then this is a 5 millimeter hole. I guess I'll just point at it. 5 millimeter, and I'll draw a circle. 5 millimeter circle. I guess that kind of makes sense. And I'll put centered. I am not somebody that can spell very well. Terrible speller. Yeah, and then every time I Google it, I'm always right. What the fuck? So we are centered 7. millimeters in. In from corner. Try a little arrow. And there we go. I like to do that just so that I've got parameters. I'll also say that this is a 5 millimeter radius. Okay. So now I've got that. I've got the save file, but it's nice to be able to build things kind of in a simple way that you can restructure it later if need be, very simply. So let's go back. We'll actually go to view 2. And we'll bring you guys back into the desktop scene. It's working a lot better. 1 click instead of 2. Sewed up. Very nice. Okay, so let's lay out how we want the inside of this to look. So we'll have kind of a border. I don't think it makes sense to have it like all the way inside like that, although it does look kind of nice. I actually really like that format. But that feels too wasteful. So we'll bring this down. That feels close-ish, but I almost think we could make it larger. So if we do 65, okay, now we're kind of getting the square look that I was going for. So we'll do 65 by 55. That's probably way too much. And then we'll move it up. Okay, it's not too bad. Let's carry on. And we'll dimension this one now. We'll get it close. And 65 by... Try to stay by round 5s. Why not? Can we move by 1? I think if we go to the move, I guess select tool maybe. Shift. I see this is not even. So we need to get that because it's off the center, not side to side. So we're halfway between because we're at, okay. 65, let's do 66. Now that's dead on the money there, okay. And then here we'll do 66 as well. And, oh, same again here with 55. So we need 56. Okay, good. Now this is starting to line up. So I'm going to shift this down, not by 5, by 1. And I kind of like that. I think what we'll also do is this is maybe the outside boundary of the line. So we need to have this actually smaller and then redo that. So let's go for 60. I guess a 1 mil, half mil per side would be fine. So we can't do that. So we have to do 64. And then this would be 54. Right? Okay. And then if we select that and, yep, select it and do our offset shape, we should be able to tell it to go outward.
Maybe a whole mil. We'll round the corners. Or do we bevel? We'll just round it. Fans off, okay. It is getting chilly. Let's put that over. I don't want that to start a fire. Shouldn't though. Okay, we'll call that a 1 millimeter border there. And then down here, we need to reduce this to 64 by 13. And then also outward 1 mil. And now we have these borders that if we select this and drop it onto a new layer, we can tell it to fill. And I think our general, I'll call this the layout layer. Our general setting is 300 millimeters a second by 40 kilohertz. And I don't remember the pulse width. 500 is what this sheet's saying. So we'll try that. I need to start setting defaults and building up a library. Okay, so we have that layout. Why don't we run this as a file now? So I want my cut layers to do this last. So I'm going to rearrange my layers on the right where you can't see to be able to do that. I'll turn on my fan. So we get a little bit of a draft, and then I'm going to frame this job. And I'll bring you guys the view. And we should be able to just flip this over. And I'll try to fit this next to it. Try to be efficient with the paper. So there's that. Ah, shit. Put that over there. This here. It'd be nice to have like a little vacuum table. Be kind of cool. Okay. Now we're ready to run this. So I'll just hit run. You'll see some smirk. We'll just look at what you guys can see, which is not very much. So we'll make this our new view there. Let me just test it. Okay, a little bit more zoomed in. Should be able to see stuff. Okay, we're gonna run this. So it's etching the top layer of the paper. It's basically removing the dye of the paper. It's almost bleaching it in a way. Okay, good. Now it's cutting. Our outline, this is where the ventilation is really useful. Okay, that job is supposedly done. I'm gonna hold down and see if this is all loose, which it seems to be. You don't want to shift this and then have to run another layer. Bong, honestly, that's my fault if you fall asleep, because I'm just way too easy to listen to, apparently. Okay, so I think we could adjust this a slight bit slower. Well, actually, it cut through that just fine. So this is the result. We have ourselves a little outline. I actually don't like the formatting of this. I think the line's too thick. Actually, the more I look at it, it's not too bad. The bottom chin here is kind of a wasted space, and the space between doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I think we can adjust this
a little bit. So we kind of know the measurements that we had before. So we can just go back into our layout program and rebuild this. So I will grab the outer, delete it, delete that. We're wanting this lower, but then we'll have a bigger gap. So we're actually going to make it taller. You also had to deal with your family today, so they make you tired. I understand that. Okay, and then I think I want to do this again, but with smaller borders. Can I do both at once? Fuck yeah. So we'll just do 0.5. I like that better. I like that a lot better. That's way cooler. I still think we could make this bigger. So we'll just delete both. I'll redimension this. Let's go for 17. Okay, and then we'll outline. It should pull our original settings. That's looking better. I think that just feels better, given all the space. If I bring this down 1 mil, can't decide. I end up getting into a lot of back and forth. I think up. I think up is better. So another thing we can add here is a line. And we'll just draw that roughly on coordinate or whatever. I'll hold shift so it holds it in place, and then click to finish that node, and we'll go on. I was kind of thinking it'd be cool to be able to basically drop something in there, but let me see which heckin' way this needs to point. I was thinking it'd be nice to have like an underline something to draw in there. We could add text. I mean, I could literally do idea. Did I just capitalize D2? Idea. And we'll just bring the font down to 1 millimeter high. Whoa. Let's do 3. So you could have text, and then you could have it underlined, which would kind of look nice. And it could be like idea colon, and then the line would end there. We'll follow that idea out. And then can this move over 1? Not quite balanced. Something like that. So you could denote what it should be in the corner. Why don't we run this with the text in there and see how that turns out. I am gonna look quickly at my interval setting, since I didn't set off a default. We could very well be too spaced here. Yeah. So we need to shorten that up. It takes a little bit longer because you're making more passes, but I want these to overlap. So it's a solid area of effect. Right now, when I look really close, it's actually individual lines that kind of stack on top of each other. So there's that. We should be able to frame this again. Don't think we're going to get more than 6 out of a page. Bummer, but we're not building this to be efficient with paper. We're building this to be the size that we want. So we'll frame this again. We'll get that close. We'll call that good. Give you guys the laser view here. And we'll run it. Let's see. Error popped up. One shapes set to fill but weren't closed. These have been moved. Been removed. Let's cancel that. So we've got a line that needs to have the same settings as our fill layer, but it needs to be on the line layer. So I'm going to create a new line, and I'm going to name this layout 2. And then I'm just going to copy settings and paste them from that other layer, and then arrange this so it gets done before we cut. And now we're good to go. Oh, what does it say now? Show me. Oh, it was still set to fill. I need to set that to line. Okay, now we're ready, and go. Hey, who's here? Welcome back. Thanks for dropping by. We're doing some laser cutting and engraving. We've been designing a... Gonna be quick? Okay, just in and out. Sounds good. We've been making these little cards that I can write ideas down on, and then sort through them, prioritize them, keep track of what I got going. Okay, that's another job done. Oh, sell the schematics or CAD? Yeah, you can sell vector files and stuff. It probably wouldn't be worth my time to sell it, but if I had a Patreon or a Discord or something, yeah, or the SVG, it'd be cool to give it away or do a bundle pack. I don't know. It wouldn't make sense to sell for a very long time. But yeah, if people were wanting to support stuff like that, if this somehow ever became an actual income and I relied on it, I would have to do something like that, I'm sure. But at the moment, I don't rely on this for income, so stuff like this, if it was cool to other people, then why not just share it? Haha. Oh, I appreciate that. It's kind of you. All right, so... All right, see ya. This was our result. We've got our outlines to draw within, and then I did add the text to test in the bottom corner how that looks, and it just says idea, underlined, colon. This is kind of cool. I like this. I think you could actually completely rock with this. The one thing that's annoying right now that I'm actually getting to the point of thinking this far into the process and doing this enough, it's gonna suck kind of arranging this every time. You can get a foot pedal for this laser, which lets you run a job repeatedly. So I would hold something in position, or even just like put it into a jig. It would sit there, foot pedal, laser runs, done, move it, next thing. That's very doable. There's and it can get, there's more ways of kind of user friendly features like that. One way to do this would be to build a jig that holds the paper offset, so it's perfectly aligned in one position, then you flip it 180 degrees, now it's perfectly aligned in the other corner, and then you would like flip that. That actually could work really well, and you can get each corner pretty easily. That might be worth doing. I don't think I have enough layout pieces to jig that myself, but I do have a 3D printer. I've got screws I could get. We could absolutely make something custom. That's super doable, but you'd probably just be manually aligning stuff like this for the time being. But that is kind of the bummer. I guess another way too would be cut the paper into strips, and then that would be your it'd be a new shape that would be easy to move. That's basically my problem is I'm having to kind of align everything, kind of weigh it down, run the laser. I don't want my fingers like right there necessarily. But we've gotten some tests and we can get maybe 2 more out of a sheet of paper. So we've made some cards. We've kind of iterated on the design here to the point that now we kind of have a nice layout. It's still not quite... I look at the top and it's slightly off. I love the size of the card. I like the bottom seems to flow well. There's something about the alignment at the top. The corner up there versus that. I think we could round our corners more. And I think we get rid of the text. So let me hop back in program. There's my mouse. Hard to see with sunglasses on. So let me select these. We'll just delete those. Don't need those. We'll grab our outside layers and get rid of those. Then we'll make new ones. And we're going to bevel it again. I wanted to bevel these larger. Maybe we can't. So if it's just that shape and we're happy with it, which is... funny that it does that. Some kind of rounding error. I can radius the corners. And I wonder if that's going to look better up here. I think that looks a lot better. The proximity, the tension, I don't know what to call it. So that's good. Okay. Now we'll... Yes. We'll offset that shape. That looks so much better. Okay. Now we got to look, because now we have an inner shape that kind of matches. This is 1, 2, 3, and that is 1, 2, 3. So we're slightly off down here. So now we need to fix that. If I move this down by 1, now we're at 1, 2, 3, and just about 1, 2, 3 there. How do we look up here? It's too short at the bottom. So I think what we do is delete that. This, oops, we make 1 millimeter taller, 55, and then we shift it up by 0.5 millimeter. Which I don't think I can do. Grab it and hold shift. No. If I move it up, it's going to be 0.5 mil. What if we made it 2 millimeters taller? And then, eesh, I feel like that's not going to work. Oh. 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 Okay. That might be all right. Very cool. I'm curious if we also made that a shape, but we move this over. We'd have to copy both over. So I'm actually going to duplicate it and then move it over to my second layer, and then we'll hide the output of that, and I'll delete my first layer, or my ring, the one ring. So we'll delete that. So now we have our cut back, but when we go back to our overlay, now we have another fill, which we can look at the preview. It's kind of cool. I like that. I like that. So let's... I think we could just hide this, duplicate that, and then we should be able to just drag it over. Yeah. Now when we look at a preview, I kind of like that. I think that might look nice. Now the gap here bothers me. Why do I do this to myself? Maybe we fix this manually. If I just grab that, that won't fix anything because our outer layers can join there. So we'll delete both. I'll grab this, and can I grab the one side and move it? Trying to get this to connect properly. I'm going to undo that. I think we can do 54 because that's what... I'm not sure. I'm not so sure. So 54, and then we'll shift it down by 1 mil. We'll outline this. That's too much at the top now, so undo, move this up again. This is still 54. Grab both, outline. That I like. Okay, that's gonna work. So, all right, good. Okay, also pondering an outer edge. Let's just see how it looks. So if I grab this, duplicate it, move it to our other layer, and then now from that layer, just grab it, give ourselves an outline, but we'll make it inward, going to the inside. How does this look? Oh, it's beautiful. That is starting to lay out really nicely. Holy shit. Okay, we're gonna save this. And what do we put in the middle? We need something in the middle between the eyes. We needed a nose. Do we do a line from here to here? That's kind of funny looking. And then we could dimension this down to less than it is. Let's try 15. And then we'll do our offset outward. That's only going to work that way. So if I do 0.25 and then that, how does this look? That's on the wrong layer. How do we lost? Oh, that's right. We deleted that layer. Why is that curved? How have I done this? Oh, I thought I made a straight segment. Okay, delete that. So try this again, and we'll just start there, delete the extra. Okay, that seemed to work. Select this, and why don't we just do that? So we'll do that. Word bevel. Let's see how this looks. Okay. Delete that original line because we're on the wrong mode for that. And we'll look at all of this. Oh, it's cute as fuck. I might have to do this. Oh, it's just so cute. All right, we're gonna save that. All right, let's run this. All right, let's get our fanfic on here too. And drop this down. I wish I had a red laser to like visually to be able to see this outlined. I think that should work. Okay, let me get you guys your view. And we need this view. No, we need this view. All right, we're gonna run this. awfully close to the bottom. Did I mess that up? Oh, within like a millimeter. Jeez. It was lighting up. Oh, our fan's not on. It's like I smell smoke. Oh, that's way too fast. Way too fast. I do also need to see, is our interval good? Still no. Much closer. But I see lines. Okay, job's done. Oh, it's cute. The paper lifted up, so it didn't quite cut perfectly. Oh my god, it's so cute. Oh my gosh. It's just a little guy. Look at him. Just a little guy. Oh, I love it so much. That's it. I'm happy. I'm very happy. I love the iterations that we have here. We've got a whole array. So the iterative process has once again... I can't even hold all these. Holy shit. Let's get a binder clip. I might have to take a photo of this. Yep. Okay. Evenly space everything. OCD kicking in. Look at that. We have a full array of all of our iterations here. I love that. We still do actually need to turn the fill down, the interval down. So we'll try 0.05 millimeters. So half, 5/100ths. Am I right? Or half of 1/10. 500,000ths of a millimeter. That's another thing I need to make is unit conversions. There's an idea I need to write down. Unit conversion card. All right, checking on the ad break. We're gonna run ads, take a short break. I'm gonna go show my wife how cute this is. BRB.
Okay. I like that. We have done good work today. I need to go through my ideas next. So let me arrange these cards again. Because I hecked up. I might even just arrange this behind me. So I will continue the BRB just a moment. Show you guys this. Here, we'll get rid of the BRB. And then we'll just move cams to our overhead. Yeah, it's probably fine. I'll just leave it. All right. Good deal. Apologies. Preview is delayed. Still wrong camera. Good grief. I can never keep it all straight. That's why. Woo. There we go. Okay. So now we need to go through the ideas, talk about them, write them down. The laser's off. Let me cap the lens. And goggles can come up. I can see again. Oh my god. Makes such a difference. Being able to see. Imagine that. I believe that's there. I think I can remember that. Put that there and that there, and drink some pop. So it might be worth getting a second test of our mic here. Pardon me. We're not listening to it. You're on the little mic here. But I do want to see the battery life again as kind of a second proof. I think it was about 6.5 hours. The first one died. Maybe it wasn't fully charged, but they're advertised for longer than that, like closer to 7 hours. So I need to know where I can be healthy within that range. Before we get to making this document, I do believe I have some people friends to lurk upon. That would be a fun sign to make, lurk upon. Lurk upon thine friends. That's funny.
Let me make sure thine is being used properly. Okay, INE. Archaic form of yours. Lurk upon yours friends. Or the thing or things belonging to or associated with thee. So would it be thee? Look upon thee, friends? Which is kind of funny on its own. Sorry, my eyes are out of focus from laser gaggers. Okay, archaic or dialect form of you. The singular object of a verb or preposition compared to thou. We beseech thee, O Lord. So I need like an Old English for your. Thy or thine. Well, this is AI now. This is not from Oxford Dictionary. I don't trust shit here. Thy, not thine. Thy goes before consonant. Well, fantastic that we have somebody dropping in chat that knows something. Welcome in. Benjamillen. Benjamilligan. Did I get that right? Am I missing out on Benjam? Ian. Binja. Mill. Yeah, I'm doing it right. Sorry, my brain's a little bit fried at this point. Welcome in. First time chatter. Thank you so much. So you're saying thy, not thine. Okay, so it would be lurk upon thy friends. That sounds so much better than what I was trying to do. I've been watching for the past couple of but only logged into Twitch when I realized you were talking that line. That's hilarious. Well, thank you so much for watching for the last little while. I guess we don't need hellos then. You know the crazy things I get up to and all that, so that's cool. Let me scratch out that idea, and we're gonna put thy. We'll go with what Benjamilian says. Lurk upon thy friends. I love how formal it sounds. Sounds biblical. So, okay. That worked out well. Thanks for the clutch save, my friend. I have a lot of random tabs. All right. I do also need to, speaking of lurk upon thy friends, need to make sure that I am doing so. Good. These tabs are all good. Yay. I don't think I'm anywhere near a stream streak on that. Yeah, 3 more days. Cool. And we've got my page. Let me triple check. Yep, that looks good. Fun fact, lurk upon thy friends was, back in the day, more informal because lurk upon your friends was the plural formal one. So interesting. Lurk upon thy friends, back in the day, more informal. Plural formal one. Interesting. Huh. How do you know Old English? Is it like a Bible type study thing, or are you like a linguist? Do you just have familiarity in that? It's fascinating. Just like the language. Even better reason. Even better when you just like something. So we've had good success with our card, and now we need to get a little document started up. You also have a high tolerance for ye olde stiff. That's funny. That's funny. You should be a consultant. I should hit you up and be like, okay, what's the plural form of this so I can make this sign sound really goofy? That would be fun. Okay, I have a lot of Google Docs up, but we'll make a new one. We're gonna call this Project Idea Pool. And then I'll just bring this down. I think we can just share this. Let's see, why not? It's the shareable version. And we'll just hide that. So we've got that. And I'm gonna just start writing out the ideas. I think is the easiest way to do this. I would maybe like to do like a Notion template, or maybe Obsidian is really cool with the canvas mode. Do I have Obsidian here? I don't. I mean, it's an easy download, but I'm thinking like, how do I get it off of Obsidian? Because I need to have a list. Can I... Let's Google this briefly. Can I convert text doc to canvas in Obsidian? Yeah, to a canvas in Obsidian, you need plugins or manual methods. Most efficient is... I don't need plugins if I can do it manually. Copy, paste, right click, click add note from vault to paste. Create a new canvas. Then drag and drop existing text/markdown files directly from your Obsidian File Explorer onto the canvas. Interesting. So would that be full documents? Because I want each word to have its own, each group to have its own thing. We might just download Obsidian. If you guys haven't gotten Obsidian before or seen this, it's a note-taking app that's also like a what do they call it? Like a mind... Yeah, I keep thinking of Mind Palace from the fucking Sherlock Holmes. A mind host? I don't know. That's not right either. But something that you can put all of your mind map. Thank you. Yeah, Brainstorm is basically the point of it, but it's for mapping your mind. So you put all your ideas out there, and then it Minesweeper, yeah, it comes up with like things that you frequently mention, and then it can give you kind of an array of different stuff. But we'll just bring it up. I think it'd be worth testing because it's so easy. The only thing that's a little bit annoying is you can only install it on this. I think it's all open source, but you can only install it on a given device. You would have to get a hosted vault. The vault is how you're basically your storage of all your different files, to be able to communicate that from one Obsidian instance to another. But you can self-host. So if you're willing to do that, it's not a big deal at all. We'll name this, we'll call this Stream PC Vault, just so we know where it's coming from. And yeah, we'll save it in my documents folder. Okay, so this is Obsidian, and I can kind of get this. Whoop. Windows 10 sucks a little bit with this. There we go. And drag it over there. Yep. All right, so this is Obsidian. The basic functions, I can add notes, which are just text documents, which I think you can bring more things into, or you can have folders that within those contain those different things. I shouldn't have clicked that. Delete. And there's ways of filtering things, and then this graph view kind of brings up all your different ideas. There's some neat functionality to it. what I want out of this is the canvas mode. So I'm going to call this canvas our project ideas list. What was I calling this? Brain is dead. I maybe didn't need to close that. That's 4-star. And we need the other one. Project idea pool. There we go. Okay, so what's cool about this now is I can make a card. This is literally what I'm doing physically. Is what you do in Obsidian. It's kind of cool. So we've got one. We'll call this slab bolted. Let's not worry about caps. Slab bolted chair. Slash bench. And it's meant to be ergonomic. Okay. So that is now a card. I'll make another one. And I'm trying to find kind of one-off ones that aren't sort of grouped. Called it, yeah, this will be the UV light table for resin curing. Okay, so now we have, make this go a little bit smaller. Please, oh my goodness. Okay, so now we have 2 notes, and you can do a lot of different things. You can move them around. You can draw lines between them. Yep. You can change the colors of them. So I can have this one as a yellow, orange. I could have this one as purple. So now the purple ideas, they're all one type, and it can be represented. You can categorize things and represent things in different ways, whatever you want to assign it. But can I bring in a text document and then make all of these without enormous manual labor? I'm not seeing a way. Stack tabs. Oh, that's different. Yeah, that's all separate. So if I knew how to code, I would probably be able to do that. But it'd probably take more time than doing it manually. So, yes. Okay. We tried. That's Obsidian. Cool. Obsidian's cool. Let's go back and we'll do this the elbow grease way. Just get the mic over there a little bit. Okay. I have lost. There we go. A little bit of stream reception there. And I saw my lurkers. Oh no. Not lurkers. People I'm lurking on. All right, let's get this in an ergonomic place to start typing some of this shizwazi out. So we've got, I guess I'll just write this down kind of like verbatim. And then we can kind of tweak and talk about it all after. So we've got gyro, pedal, thank you, seat, we have gyro, front wheel. Oh, balance. Yeah, I can't spell. Trainer. Would it be easier to... I think it would be. I think it would be. Okay, so I have a transcript feature on my phone, and let's try it out. Gyro pedal seat, gyro front wheel balance trainer. Projects that fall under an interest, complete ideas, dreams. Metal sheet, paper tray, stationary tray, metal bike bags, / trash container, car or truck. Sound control, muffler projects, silence air tool exhaust, silent leaf blower, skyline diffuser / channel diffuser, channel diffusers as DLM speaker, muffler project test baffles from laser cut materials, project FRG, Dart scoreboard, custom PC case, built into simrig / other things, built from brass, vanes / shutters as lid or window / awning, colored in posterized laser etched images, radar to-do list, large format video camera, high detail ring pattern, vent covers, stacked discs light, a better hair clip, laser etched animations, dioramas, stained glass terrarium, metal lamp, ivy, grass, with buttons and dials, UV light table for curing resin through mounting paper, slab bolted chair / bench / ergonomic, snake door handles, cast door handles, sheet flattener, metal / paper, signs, unit conversion card, okay, so I think that's everything. And it actually did a pretty decent job. We'll name this Project Idea Pool 1. Oops, Idea Pool 1. Okay, so I saved a solid 80 minutes there. Okay, see you later, Benjamin. I'll get that down. Have a good rest. Thanks for hanging out for a few hours. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your rest. Okay. So we've got that listed. I can save this. I think it's already transcribed. And I think it's also saving the voice note of everything. Let me get this turned this way. That'll go to voice notes of ideas. Save it. Okay, so it's done. Okay, I'll go to see the results here. How do I want to transfer this? What is a good way to do that? It's not showing the transcription yet. So let me close the app, bring it back up. Did it not save? Didn't save. Well, that's really frustrating. The other thing is I needed to transfer this to the computer. And I hate to do it, but email kind of seems... I'm glad you always sleep well. That's great, Benjamin. Oh, this is that account. Okay, I see. I don't know if I've got... I could email it to me. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. All right, well, maybe we do this again. All right. Oh, phone's being silly. There we go. Okay. Once again, was a second time. Gyro pedal seat, gyro front wheel balance trainer. Projects that fall under an interest, complete ideas, dreams. Metal sheet, paper tray, stationery tray, metal bike bags, trash container, car or truck. Sound control, muffler projects, silence air tool exhaust, test baffles from laser cut materials. Silent leaf blower, skyline diffuser / channel diffuser, channel diffusers as DLM speakers, silent fans, Project FRG, Dart scoreboard, custom PC case, built into a simreg / other things, built from brass. Vanes / shutters as lid or window or awning. Colored in posterized laser etched images, radar to-do list, large format video camera, high detail ring pattern, vent covers, stacked disc light, a better hair clip, laser etched animations, dioramas, stained glass terrarium, metal lamp, ivy, grass, with buttons and dials, UV light table for curing resin through mounting paper, slab bolted chair / bench / ergonomic, snake door handles, cast door handles, sheet flattener for metal / wood, / paper, unit conversion cards. Well, I read that one faster. We'll add this title again. Okay, project. Idea pool. I hit save, and I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm not even gonna click on the transcript because when I did that last, it like restarted the app or something. It was weird. Okay, so we've got that one done. Well, I guess I don't have a choice now, do I? Okay, so we've got that. So, summary. Oh, I see. Really trying to get all the AI going. I'd like it to let me select everything. That's incredibly frustrating. So when I click on individual things, it highlights it for me. That's nice. But when I highlight something and then I hold and I go to select all, it only selects that one little section. It doesn't actually let me drag it to the other areas. And I need it to select everything. That's the whole point. So can I get a text version? Let me see if I can share this. I'll share the transcription and I'll share this. Why wouldn't email just come up by default?
You'd think email would be something you would use. Okay, so I can share it as a .text file. Text file. And that should work fine if it would bring up an app that was worth using. Oh, I can scroll. Look at that, Gmail. Okay. We'll just email this to this account, which is that one. And say it comes from this account. That gets confusing. And we'll say this is project idea pool 1. Send. Okay. Since we're not actually using that, let me bring that back out of the way so I can do things off screen here. And we'll just bring up big old OBS here. That way I can't accidentally dox myself if I didn't do that right. And let's drop in here. We'll go to the email. Yep. Okay, we got it. Downloading it. Opening it. Itty bitty. It worked. We got it. Okay. Now we need to do the other one. So this will involve having 2 apps open at once. So we'll do a split screen here. Where did I save these other ideas? I think it's a photo even of what I wrote down. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Split screen with this app. Choose another app to use split screen. Oh my god. Always roadblocks to trying to do things more efficiently, isn't there? So, we're gonna send myself a photo. Hopefully. There it is. And hopefully the resolution is good. It's not trying to tweak it. It's good enough. All right. Project idea pool 2, concrete and projects, weight, texture, cheap, castable, cardboard sound diffusion panels, Nighthawk and light, cardboard as sound deadening, solar tube with aperture / side light injection, circular polarizer, wave wall, lights behind, bones mount lamps for practicals, make lights and lamps from games, movies, books, laser project globe, engrave thoughts, memories on buttons. Okay, we have some more ideas here. That one is transcribing. Now I can look at it. We'll go to the transcription. I can now go back. Back again. I'll just share from here. Share transcription. Email pulls up. That's nice. Subject. Project. Ideas. Pool 2.
Send. So, theoretically, we should have another text document to work with. And there's a good chance we saved a lot of time doing that. Okay, what's the end goal? To be able to sort this. So we need one big list, and then I need to organize it. So I guess I'll put this into... I'd rather have this in a text file. Yeah, bouncing around on the web is a touch stressful. Just gonna double check that we've got space to continue on. We've got plenty. And then I am going to triple check on my friends. I think we've lost a stream. Somewhere. Nope, we have not. All right. So, making these cards, we'd be able to put these ideas on it. I'll just make a text document on the desktop, and we'll call this Project Idea Pool. All right. Open this guy up. And now we'll just copy paste from downloads, which is always opening as the smallest window I've ever seen. So this is list 1. This one's list 2. And I can show this now. Okay, so there's some formatting that we need to do still. Basically, some organization. Sound control. Sound leaf blower. Sound fans. Okay, this is where it breaks. Separate ideas. This could fall under laser projects. So this might be one to put somewhere else. Those are separate. That's this would actually be a laser project as well. Some more maker things. And then we have some laser etch stuff. Back to makery things. I think we had, oh yeah, slash bench. Oops. Yeah, a slash bench. Sounds terrible. Okay. Sheet flattener for metal slash wood. Oh, yeah, that is supposed to be paper. Okay, that can be deleted. This seems to work well. A little bit of a process, but it saved a lot of time. Unit conversion cards, project idea pool 2. We'll just get rid of that. Bring that up. This is why I like that idea. Carbon sound diffusion, Nighthawk and light. Yeah, well, kind of that's related, so we'll just bring that next to it. Solar tube, not tube, or tube, fuck. With the aperture. Side light, injection, circular polarizer needs to go up with it. Wave wall, lights behind. Bones mount lamp for practicals. Make lights and lamps from games, movies, books. Laser project lab. I actually can't remember what that's supposed to be. Engrave thoughts, memories onto buttons. So these are my ideas. These are my projects that I want to do. And I'm excited that it fits almost to one page because it's always felt so insurmountable to actually achieve or do any of these, even if they're small, just the sheer number of ideas that there are. So let's see. We've got our card done. And the basic idea would be we would transfer from this document to the cards. I don't know if I would want to make 50 cards and then decide which ones are going to actually get marked or what exactly I would want to do. But it's looking like it is probably time to wrap up just shortly. We've gotten the cards done. We've gotten our big old list of projects. I guess I could talk briefly about some of the exciting ones, I guess. So with sheet metal, I like riveting metal and welding metal as methods over like bolting. I think it'd be really cool to make things that are like soldered together or riveted together as a structure, and then using like a softer metal like brass too, you'd be able to solder it together, and then dissimilar metals, so you could do like copper and brass depending as you needed. But I'll actually add this one in. Something that would be cool to do with that would be like watering can. I also mentioned a paper tray or a stationary tray, like something to hold papers that's like dimensionally perfect and kind of that flatter shape. Metal bike bags is kind of cool, something aerodynamic, strong, tough, but not like crazy heavy. I don't know how doable that would be, but I think metal bike bags would be really cool. Obvious convenient things, a trash container. For fitting in a car, something like a custom size where it's like meant to fit in a specific space. There's all kinds of sound control project ideas, from building a really quiet, really high performance leaf blower to managing reverberations and sound transmittance, stuff like that, to even speakers. Then we have a couple headline projects, the sim rig that I want to build, dart boards, dart scoreboards specifically. Fix that error. I love the idea of shutters or vanes being used as like a lid, in a sense. Like they could either fan out and spin around to cover something, and you'd like pull it around, kind of like a fan, a flip out fan. and that would be the lid on something to kind of close a round container, or more like shutters or vanes that would kind of fold open and close as something to be a lid on like a more square box. But even taking that way bigger to kind of that overlapping function for an awning, and kind of like the flaps on airplane wings, how they kind of like extend below, but there's still like an air path planned over all of it. It's still aerodynamic. It'd be cool to do that on an awning where you would crank it out and it would all overlap and still shed water, but you can bring it back to the building or bring it over, I guess, depending on like if it's super windy or not. Lots of laser projects. One in here is, pardon me, posterizing an image. So posterizing just means reducing the color depth and joining them into blocks. So it's kind of like a newsprint look, in terms of colors, not in terms of the posterization. The dots, the dimpling, rasterization. But then you'd have these colors that you could then apply into those spaces, and you would color a black and white image that the laser can only do black and white. Let's see. Making really high detail engravings on rings, I think would be really cool. My personal ring that I like, if you look close enough, you can actually see the mic has died. I don't know when it died. We're 6 hours, 42 minutes in. And it has died. The receiver has died. The receiver is dead. The mic is dead. Okay, so the advertised life, not 7 hours plus. Maybe close to 7, but yeah. Just shy. That's disappointing. I think that's going to be the last of the testing I do on that mic for that. I'm not keen on running battery powered devices all the way down. I'd much rather stay in kind of a mid-range and keep it topped up. But it's very cool to know that with this new mic, you don't have as much headroom there. I mean, we only did only a 7-hour stream today so far, just about. I've done longer, and I've had my other mic. It's always made it, so good to know. Rate that a different way slightly. Okay, and looking through some of the rest of this, we've got little dioramas, so making a little room that would look kind of like a little studio out of different paper pieces, different colors and everything, textures, and then making like miniature signs and things. Like there can be like an on-air sign, or I don't know, the name of the channel or something on this miniature, and then we can use that as like the be right back screen, like how people make the AI rooms, and then they have text or something over it that says we'll be right back, but making a physical miniature that you can somehow tell is real. Maybe you'd set something in there that's unique, like an hourglass. Hourglass will never be exactly the same, so you could have an hourglass in there running, and it would be a kind of a visual that it's real every time. I think that's really cool. Stained glass, I'd love to do all kinds of stuff with stained glass, to the point of making dimensional stained glass, so like lamps, lampshades and things like that. Metal casting, just some simple ideas would be like door handles, some neat door handles. More stuff about sheet metal. Stuff with concrete. I love how concrete is, the texture of it, kind of the porous exterior that it has, but it can still be polished. It's very dense, but it's castable and very cheap. So all of those things kind of lend itself to maker projects in a lot of ways. So finding ways to incorporate concrete, if it's like a lamp base, or I don't know what else to make out of it. I think it's cool as fuck. I think it'd be cool to combine concrete with metal, with other things, and integrate those two. I think that would look absolutely beautiful. Some ideas for signs for kind of like wall mountable art. Lamps, make lots of lamps. Remake things from games, so get inspiration from a video game. Like here's a cool light in the video game and recreating that in real life. And maybe even making it out of like higher quality materials, so it's like a legit thing that you want to use, not just like foam or something like that. So yeah, that's man, good to have that done, because that's, I mean, big old 2 sheets of paper of ideas from the last many years, really, of things I've always wanted to do that this project room can now accommodate, and we're actually getting to the point where we can start doing some of this stuff, and it's so incredibly exciting to be reaching this point. So that's it. Thanks for joining me on this nearly 7-hour stream. We always end up streaming super long on the weekends. I tend to stream Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, 1 to 2 days a week, as I'm able to manage with work. A lot of times it ends up being a fairly long stream, so we get people coming and going as the day goes on. But it's a lot of fun. We like to unbox things that come through, disassemble those things as well, see how they're made, see what kind of quality, where they put the money in the product, things like that. We're big tech nerds, camera nerds, and maker. So I stream on Twitch under the name Fimorth, and on YouTube you can find me under Better Done Right. Thank you so much for joining me on the adventures today. Tomorrow will be a new experiment, and we will carry on. Don't know if I'll stream tomorrow, we'll find out, but there's definitely plenty of ideas to go around. So I am going to raid out. We've got a couple people, so we'll find somebody right quick and we'll get that raid going. All right, we're gonna raid to Junk Midget. Junk Midget is a gamer. He streams games. Go figure, on Twitch. He plays a whole variety of games, from some like puzzle pieces to a lot of RPGs, some horror games, but a pretty good time. Worth hanging out, chatting with him. Super kind. I like his message at the start and end of stream. I think it's a really important one. So I'm going to drop you guys off with him. He'll take good care of you. And everybody, have a good night.